Alrighty. Science o'clock. Let us begin. And as I switch back over and Spectrum drops all of my frames, let me tell you the tale of what happened last week on the Extinction Curse. Because it was a pretty good session, I think. It was a solid and profound W for the Circus of Wayward Wonders. After everything the Dusklight has done to all of you specifically, most of you, having decided about a year ago to break. Oh, I got the bits pop-up finally works! We did it! It makes sound and plays!
Woo!
Ah, another victory. We're just stacking up wins here. TNT, DMD, giving 4 hero points to Shenmue. The only person who has a hero point. Now going all the way up to 5 of them.
Now I have all of them.
Thank
you very much.
Take a giant stack. We'd worked our way through the Celestial Menagerie's grounds after Dusklight had taken the opportunity while we were, well, fishing up what appears to be another venture of hers down in Moonstone Hall to go set our campground on fire. This cat is the worst. So quick question to the party as I stall this. Does the playlist volume control do anything for you? Because it sure doesn't for me.
Wait, the playlist volume?
Yeah, it does it for me.
I have an issue.
No, that's nothing for me.
Once you let go of the slider, it works.
I see. I
No,
found the problem.
Nothing happens for me.
I found
have an
it.
issue.
It's because I have 2 things open. Colby, what's up? We see you raising your hand there.
I just got kicked out, and I can't re-enter under me. I can only enter under Bryn and Mono.
All right. I can probably fix that. Oh, I would say I'd be able to fix that by kicking you, but you're not connected. You are not logged in. So I can't, certainly can't kick you if it's already realized you're DC'd. Colby's also got some pretty bad internet today, so,
I don't know what that was about, but hey, I'm back.
we're gonna see how that goes. All right, and TNT DMD 5 hero points to Zindern as well. You're just gonna start by topping off everybody. Are we just getting full stacks here? Just gotta get a big pile for the victory lap. You gotta make sure you're fully loaded. And holy crap, my dude, he's just going around the circle here. So, all right. There's fire number 1, 2, and 3 have been put out. We figured that out. Audio coming from 2 windows. All right, got that under control. So, we took to TMT DMD with another 5 hero points here to Ara. Yep, he is in fact doing the thing that we believed he was gonna do for the accomplishment of the 4 of you managing to consistently show up to the campaign you said you'd show up for.
Oh.
You are rewarded a gigantic pile of hero points. The absolute maximum. Take your heap. Can I, yep, there it is. Can I assume that we're also, this is also going to come in for Cookie as well?
Oh,
We knew it was coming. TNT, you absolute legend.
thank you,
That's
True
TNT.
hero of the adventure.
It's not about the party. It's not about you guys. It's about how hard TNT can carry you through whatever particular situation you're going to be facing that week.
I mean, you're not wrong.
We went through all of them. You'd been stacked going into last week's session as you fought your way across the grounds, either murdering or recruiting with almost complete random determinants between each of those.
Don't look at chat. Don't look at it. Don't look at your bits.
Look at it.
Which you're going to
No. No!
do. Oh, you love to see it.
You fucking traitor.
I get a villain point. And I haven't put the villain point tracker up on this Extinction Curse scene yet because it's been all the work I could do.
1
to
point is too many
right now. Well, I have 3. I still have 2 left because I didn't actually get to use a ton on Dusklight.
It doesn't change my statement.
Well, then 3 is way too many.
Yeah, it's like 3 times as many too many.
Yes,
She'd
at least
repaired
3 times.
a massive gauntlet to stop us. she had rearranged many of her shows in the Heavenly Gallery, as she called it, into a formidable dungeon we had to work our way through with giant clowns, disguised lamia, magic mirror minotaur mazes, and apparently a pretty well-paid constable before we ran down Mistress Dusklight herself in her final chambers. Could have murdered her. I mean, you've murdered a lot of people.
Yeah.
But
They deserved it, mostly.
I wanted to.
whatever your justifications or potential beliefs,
I just like the idea of her losing everything.
we have killed a lot of people. But not Dusklight. Even after everything, Selwyn alone, yeah, Selwyn specifically, called the poll for the group and decided that if we could prevent it, she was going to live through this. And with a surprising twist of her own magic, Selwyn ensured that happened. So with Dusklight defeated, captured, turned into the constabulatory of Escadar, we were left in a pretty good place, actually.
Very fussy, emotionally.
But, hey, it's gotten great, right?
Mhm.
I mean, no matter latent feelings at this, you have solidly and thoroughly won against Dusklight and her menagerie. She has been, well, turned over. Surely she'll be rotting away in a cell for some time for not just being a general asshole and setting her campground on fire, but also a whole lot of other odd human sacrifice related things she seems to have been involved with at the Trogs in Moonstone Hall. And as you leave Conclave Square back out to the streets of Escadar, there are a whole lot of new recruits, new people who have joined in, new hires for your circus show. You didn't murder everybody. There were a lot of perfectly good performers, people you either knew before from your time with the menagerie or people who were, well, just as stuck there as you were before you broke away to make your own traveling circus. Your ranks have swelled pretty far. And I believe Selwyn left us off with the idea that before anything else, we need a victory show. So, party.
Yes.
You're leaving Conclave Square. It's mid-afternoon here in Escadar. Bright sun overhead. Warm breeze blowing in from the coast. What are you doing?
I ain't felt this free since I took a hat and stabbed a cat.
So wait, 30 minutes ago?
That's right.
Perfect. We should make our way back to the circus grounds, no?
Well.
Yes, a wildcard happened.
If we're gonna put on a show, I guess.
Yeah, I think it probably be the best. I'm a little tired.
So it's been a minute since we have put on a show here, but yeah, heading back to the circus grounds to at least catch everyone up on what's going on and meeting up with some of your new hires here seems like a solid idea. TNT DMD. 2 villain points because of Zindern. You'll love to see it.
I asked for it and I got it.
You love to see it. You absolutely love to see it.
So we're all maxed, right?
So yeah, I will. We are all at 5. Everyone's chilling at the top of the pile here. You'll absolutely love to see it.
Perfect.
So you make your way out from the... I get guidances?
Wait, that's not how that works.
I love things. I don't think I get guidances now. I haven't gotten to use those before. I just had the hero points. This is just Zerg that gets the 50 billion guidances. TNT, you absolute madman. Mega filling us up here. Like, you were a crazy person. The best flavor of crazy person, but certainly a crazy person.
Don't go broke for villain points.
Alrighty. You make your way back around to the circus ground, where most of your show is gathered around and pretty clear view around where your campground is set up, not far from the road, with several of the people that you've sent down this direction, introducing themselves, making a big show, and the focal point of it all, pretty obviously and pretty clearly, is, well, the Shardalok. She's
Big?
big. Big is what I would go with, yes. Big is solidly accurate. She has a very large mammoth. it's pretty hard to miss, and it draws a lot of attention. And Link 1429. Oh, I like cool things to play with. Hey, Squid. You want to have 5 falters. Okay. I'll add them to my big stack. I'm going to throw these at your circus show. Call it Leftover Menagerie Spite. The spirit of the black cat cursing and hanging over you.
Son of a bitch. I'll kill you.
This giant mammoth with these pink ribbons drawn around her tusks. And not just her, also Miss Dancer as well. You know, an actual Pegasus who has just flown over and seems to be very much enjoying the praise and attention that are being showered upon him by your own show here. They've drawn most of your allies, your comrades, out and about to come look. As the group of you approach, how are you all looking, by the way? Health-wise, I know we switched platforms. Did we all have enough to? I mean, Arabis surely could have treated you before you made your way back here, so you'd be bandaged up a lot, I imagine, after everything that had happened at the circus grounds.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And the professor would be pretty clearly visible out front as well, conversing with a couple of these new recruits, so to speak. This is just a group of you approaching. A rare smile on his face as he raises a hand to hail you. Well, I imagine it's a safe bet then. That's
no more fucking cat. Woo!
It's a strange and perhaps mixed feeling that gives me. For all the terror that she's brought us, well, she's why we're here in the first place, I suppose. I mean, hell, if it wasn't for her abuse, what else would have spurred Thunder and myself to break off entirely and start this whole traveling circus we have now? And he just kind of waves a hand towards all of these new people that have filtered over from the Menagerie grounds. You seem to have done an impressive job of, well, bringing yet more of her show along for the ride. Heavens, at this point, this is, well, some new faces, but largely near everyone that was worth anything from the menagerie in the first place.
It's true. I call dibs on the Pegasus, though.
He's an interesting creature. I don't quite know what to make of him, but he seems more than enthusiastic, what with all of the interest he's generating. I don't know that I've ever seen, well, any performer that so thoroughly enjoys the limelight as that Pegasus. TNT, please. Just remember you asked for this, Zindern. One unstoppable. The Squiddish. I am so stacked. I am so hilariously stacked. I mean, so are all of you guys. But dear Lord, guys. I say guys, but pretty much TNT. And Link with the pile of falters. Thank you. Holy crap. Thank you, guys. Well, if this is some number of new faces that we'll have to find room and wagons for, but I'm sure we can manage what with the truly impressive profits we've had in our last few shows. But it certainly isn't the whole of the menagerie's operations. In fact, I'd wager it's barely a fraction of it. Should we be moving on, or do you think it's safe here now, Selwyn?
Well, safe, when's it ever safe? But it is safer. There's no cat fucking with us anymore. So.
The head is certainly gone, but surely she had others like-minded assisting her. She wasn't alone in her actions.
True.
There will always be another cat, Selwyn.
There must always be another cat. That's true.
It's just got rid of this one.
How's the important cat?
Well, at the very least, I imagine he'll send them scrambling for some time, what with removing their leadership and poaching what is certainly the best of their talent. Besides, I do believe this leaves a sizable market hole. There were fairly large crowds in Escadar that are used to nightly shows, and of course it'll take us some time to get organized, but I've never seen a better opportunity for a loaded purse.
Yeah, and I need a week to make a new trick.
Well, I figure if we're not going to be leaving immediately to avoid any, excessive wrath that the remnants of the menagerie are going to bring on us, then we better get to advertising. If you're going to be resting and preparing for, what may be the biggest show we've ever put on, I hope the rest of you are ready to head into town and beat the streets.
Beat this.
Not literally.
Combat with the streets.
Arbus, it's...
You know you can't use metaphors.
I know. It's just today has been a very, busy afternoon. This Mist Dancer, this Pegasus, arrived some hours ago, and it seems there's been a second wave after that, and we have no idea what we're going to do with this mammoth. And admittedly, figuring that out will be somewhat interesting.
We should also steal their big tub. If we didn't already.
To my recollection, their main show tent actually isn't nearly as big as ours.
Oh, in that case, never mind.
Right, because when you're over there, their big top houses like their central event. It's like a show, whereas your entire circus is.
We
just
stole so many things from them, dude. It's hard to keep track of. We stole those lights.
You stole the enchanted spotlight. That is true. TNT. Had another 2,000 in there for an assurance. I'm gonna hold on to that for a particularly spicy critical failure against a bad spell. That'll be good. Thank you. TNT, you're a crazy person. But you're my favorite crazy person, and I appreciate you. Holy crap, you've got nuts today.
He's excited.
It's by my reckoning 2-3 in the afternoon, perhaps. It's not that late, but perhaps a little late to really start heading back into town. Besides, you seem to be more gauze and wrappings than skin, most of you.
That's the usual.
Did you fight the entire circus?
Well, most of it? I mean, some of them we didn't. I guess technically speaking, we did fight the mammoth and its rider. Well, we fought the rider.
Well, we didn't.
There was a fight against the rider.
And as you're kind of discussing that, you see Tulip coming over, breaking away from the rest of the group. Hey! Loves, yo. Well, look like you've been to hell and back, but at least you're in good shape. But I gotta know, what happened with Mistress Dusklight?
Alive and unwell.
That's That's good. That's good to hear. I know we've all had bad histories with her, but I don't know. Even after everything, killing her. I don't know, honey. Killing her just seemed like it would have been putting us in the same shoes. So it's good. It's good. I'm glad. You said you had a ward. You had the town on your side, didn't you?
Yeah, we did. I figured that, losing everything, getting thrown into jail, probably worse than death. So, there she is.
Kind of walking up alongside her, Blue steps up, cigarette in hand. Takes the drag as he steps over. Well, I do have to admit, Selwyn, despite your diminutive stature, you seem to certainly be a bigger man than I would have been. After everything that just I've been through in the last couple of months. Had I had her life in my hands, you certainly wouldn't have been walking away from that one.
That's why it's about the long con.
And I understand that to some level, but are you sure this is going to be over and done with once and for all? I mean, I've seen the resources. Dusklight's got at her disposal, and she's got coin flowing like water from her paws. Most of it dirty. Do you think Escadar is really going to hold her?
Perhaps not, but in that case, we'll get to beat her up again. Win-win, really.
I'm certainly not going to be one to pass up on that opportunity. I'm just, thinking about the long game. Always got to have your eye on the horizon, or at least looking down at the road in front of you. And even the next couple of steps, that might be a bridge we're forced to cross. And if she comes at us, she's got an opportunity to prepare, and she's really got nothing to lose. I know I don't want to see what she's really capable to if she's pushed to the end of her yarn.
I'll look forward to it.
And then we'll end it.
Yeah, I did keep the promise that if she comes back to bite us, then,
Man, come on, Blue. I ain't known you for terribly long, but you see what this group can do here. 5 of them just walked into the menagerie grounds by themselves, and by the look of it, fist fought every man, woman, and child they had. Beat up half the animals, too, if Miss Dancer's to be believed.
Whoa.
There was like
Beat up the animals.
3 animals? 4, 5, 6? Or is counting?
To be
Miss
fair, we did beat up a couple
Dancer
animals.
certainly had an interesting story about a manticore and a satyr playing their song and dancing through the trees. Well, before you put an end to that,
Oh, yeah. Beat up that manticore real good.
Well, that was Mr.
You should have seen it. Yeah, Zerg.
We tried to stop him, but
I didn't try to stop him.
I didn't try to stop him.
and
I tried to stop him.
I mean, I and Arbus as well. We know as well as anyone how Chal ran the show over there and how that Glen of Uncommon Wonders was all about, but honey, I'm not blaming any of you for it. If Arbus was there and that's how it came to be, then I'm sure there wasn't much else you could have done.
Speaking of the satyr, did we leave him in that cage or did someone go back for him?
No, we left him in that cage.
Oh, alright.
This is ironic and perhaps just fate for him. I'm sure that, whoever comes back around to handle what's left of the menagerie grounds and clean things up will be able to let him out eventually at some point, but he's spent years forcing and drugging animals into those cages for them to put on their shows until their life gave out, so, well, Arbus, what do you think?
I think one afternoon will be a good lesson to him. Maybe evenings, if we're lucky.
Besides, if I know Chell, I know that satyr has some kind of magic behind him. I'm sure he can figure his way out of there if push comes to shove. Besides,
I'll pull out his flute and start playing a little melody. With a shit-eating grin doing it.
I've got a lot of organization to tend to here. I've got to figure out how to house a mammoth, and I can't help but feel that Miss Dancer doesn't gain anything from a pen. What with the ability to fly, I'm entirely unsure what we're going to do with him.
Let him
I'm
walk
gonna
as he
head back to
pleases.
sorting this all out. But, Selwyn, again, it's your show.
Mhm.
I advise that we, as soon as possible, put a date for a new curtain and get to advertising.
Let's say in 8 days. Then I'll, get my trick ready for them.
I'll start getting things prepared. We'll get the tent back up and in place, and, what day is it here? And as he, kind of gets a little thoughtful for a moment. Is it still frost? With the events of the last week or two, I feel like I've almost totally lost track of the time. I'll figure that out. I think it's the 31st of Frost. I'm not sure. And he just kind of still muttering almost more to himself than to you guys. Just keeps this line of thought talking as he turns to head back over towards the group and the wagons. I sent it 8 days in advance. That would, in fact, be the 7th of Gosrin, as it is the final day of Frost right now. Moving into the 4th month, you'd be setting it up for the following wheel day. A pretty solid midweek show to put on an afternoon to give all the good dock workers a break in their busy schedules. And besides, there's a lot to follow up here. So, question to the party. Whatever became of Jeremiah?
Oh no.
I took him with me as we came home.
I
I feel like my compulsion would have, taken him with me.
So you have him just like, he is realistically small enough that you could just put him in a backpack and the eye stalk could just kind of be
Oh, hell yeah, dude. He gave me a little backpack.
sticking out here. He is a very small creature.
Eating as I
Jeremiah.
go.
So but you did bring him with you. You have him.
Absolutely, of course.
Absolutely. He's going to be, I got to change his name on the token to Jeremiah.
Yeah,
He's
what the
just,
fuck, bro? Swipthurn? No, Jeremiah.
There we go.
we go.
Gotta put the name of the being, not the race, on there. So with that, return to the circus ground, and you can see pretty clearly that a lot of your allies have come back here. Asha and Gigi clearly have made their appearance. It seems that Miss Dancer found his way here perfectly fine, and along with Asha, Dynan, the Gill Man, had come as well, the Lois Lanti. There's no sign of Martin quite yet, but he was taking some time to wrap things up over at the menagerie grounds and make sure that the rest of his sideshow friends were taken care of. Now, I believe Ilva's sister had to come back with you. You'd brought her along with you, as she had agreed to follow because, you were the ones that had brought her back her treasure. And her and Zerg would probably peel off pretty early here, probably even while that previous conversation was happening, to go find Ilva and figure out exactly how all of that's going to be managed. Leaving the rest of you an afternoon back at your campground, and Koo-Keh, I believe literally your first time free of the menagerie grounds. Were you? I know you had your fantastic background write-up backstory write-up of your lead up to being discovered and joining the group here. But were you literally raised by the menagerie? Have you been with them your entire life?
Yes.
So this is your probably literally the first time you've ever left the menagerie grounds, and you've walked through all the streets of Escadar. You've seen Conclave Square and the Constable's Hall, and now at this circus ground here, which, while it's similar in theme to the menagerie's grounds, the air is completely different. And nobody's locked in cages other than a pair of wolves who, just they're wolves. And regardless of Artemis's insistence that they aren't going to do anything, everyone's just more comfortable when they're at least somewhat controlled. Well-kept horses and oxen in some large pens and corrals. Their hides, very shining, vibrant. They're well-fed. Everyone's, happy. Everyone seems to get along, and everyone, surprisingly, gets to move around completely freely as they please. No one's kept in cages. No one's forced into their wagons. Everyone seems to have their own places to stay, these individual wagons, but they walk around. They do as they please. People are coming and going from the town at a whim. So, Koo-Keh, what are you doing? As the professor kind of leaves the group of you here to your own devices.
Taking it all in at first, and just that there's still some hesitation because the fight with Dusklight, he hesitated a lot, though there was a lot of magic involved. Still thinks that, is she really gone? Is that grip still there? He's been in the menagerie all his life, and did he make the right choice? But seeing everybody free, seeing everyone able to move around, and being able to make his own choice, kind of takes the hat off, hugs it to his chest, and just kind of looks around, and then takes a deep breath and very loudly calls out, "Who's hungry?"
And so it certainly gets some attention from the various performers scattered around. It is mid-afternoon, but of definite note, 100% the Dwarven Throwers are absolutely never going to say no to any opportunity to eat something they don't have to put any effort in themselves. And along with a small group of very hairy, very bright ginger dwarves that probably wear these little helmets around basically all the time as they recreationally just toss each other all over the place, you would see a small dog approaching you.
Such a good boy.
Such a good boy.
Are you gonna meet him?
And as this dog trots over, a fairly large shepherd dog, white and brown, kind of mixed fur, and comes up towards you. Opens his mouth as if to bark, but instead speaks. "Oh, I don't recognize you. But if you're coming along offering food, I'll be your friend."
Cubby's such a good boy. Cubby makes me feel better.
It's true.
I ain't never had a talking dog for a friend.
Oh, I've never seen a talking lizard. Well,
Wade.
not
Wade.
like a, he's like a regular lizard. The lizard man was like a people lizard. It was he just kind of looks at Koo-Keh. You're just like a regular lizard.
Well, I'm gonna show you that I'm the best damn cooking lizard you ever done made a friend of. I get to cook on my own schedule, and I get to make my... Can somebody point to me the stores? And Koo-Keh just immediately just puts the hat back on, ties it up, and he's ready to cook how he wants, not being ordered to do it.
As
He's a
you
free
go off,
cook.
Cubby almost immediately turns to follow you, but then kind of turns back to Selwyn and Artemis specifically. "Hey,
Yep.
I heard you did Mistress Dusklight in. Not to death, but she's out of the picture.
Yes. For now, at least.
Good. I fucking hate that cat."
Don't we all?
And he turns and follows off after Koo-Keh, tail wagging at the prospect of getting some good food here. And you would absolutely have a new best friend, Koo-Keh. If you're gonna feed this dog some proper meals, sold. 100% of what's required to be Cubby's friend. So,
I love Cubby.
with this afternoon, as Selwyn is heading off to start working on designing a new trick,
Which,
Aura,
I guess this.
You what?
I need the Pegasus.
You need the Pegasus.
Uh-oh.
Pegasus.
All right, you've piqued my interest here. The Pegasus still would largely be in the same place that he had been. Miss Dancer, again, very, very much enjoying the attention being showered upon him as everyone. I mean, you've got some shows. You've got, obviously, Artemis and her wolves. You've got Cubby. But this is a fucking Pegasus. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
It's true.
even in people who live in a circus, this is pretty damn impressive. And, the Featherfall 5, their younger children are beyond enamored with this. The Flamboni sisters are very cautiously interested. And Sniggles is over here with absolutely no idea what even to make of this. And so as you approach the group, Sniggles kind of turns to you and sort of almost scampers over and reaches down and just tugs on the sleeve of your shirt there. Hey, Selwyn.
Yep, it's me.
Have you seen
That's
this? It's a horse with wings.
Yeah, it's a horse's wings and it can fly.
It can fly. We saw
It can
that.
fly.
We saw it fly in here. It's a flying horse. And
It's
it
a
can
flying
talk.
horse.
It's a talking flying horse.
Yes.
Have
Just
you seen the
Cubby's a
talking
dog.
flying horse?
I believe I've seen it, yes. I spoke to it before.
Is it real? Is this like circus magic? Is this chemical stuff?
I believe it's real. I don't think it's chemical.
It's a real talking flying horse?
It's a real talking flying horse.
How is there a real talking flying horse?
Well, it's a horse with wings that talks. I presume it has vocal cords, or it speaks with magic. I'm not sure.
And Sniggles is like constantly looking back and forth between you and Miss Dancer this whole conversation. Where did you find a talking flying horse?
We stole it from the menagerie.
Do they have more talking flying horses? Can
No,
I have a
it's
talking
the only
flying
one.
horse?
No, that one's mine. Well, ours.
Because I had an idea for the
Okay.
circus show that we're doing with all the fireworks and things that I light off. If I had a talking flying horse, and I could ride the talking flying horse, and they could fly around.
Sorry, I called dibs on that one. My bad.
But okay. But I have a problem though. All the shows that
Okay.
I can do, everything that I can make with the fireworks and the alchemy, the problem is gravity. Even with fire, even with sparks, everything goes up and then it comes back down. But if I was on a
Yes.
talking flying horse above everybody, it could come down, it could rain down. We could make a display that fills the entire tent.
Right, and then you'll set the tent on fire.
Probably not, but I can work on that.
Wait, no.
Well, I can test it. I can test it. I just need
No,
if I cut
no.
off bits of the tent, then I
Yeah,
can test it with my fireworks.
Yeah, well, no, I understand. That's fine. It's just I called dibs on that horse when we got it. I'm sorry. It's just first comes first serve, and I was first.
I don't know what dibs is.
Well, that means
Is dibs the horse? Is there a different talking flying horse? You can have dibs, but
No, there's no different flying talking horse. That's just the one, and that's the one I need for my show. Sorry.
but can I use dibs?
When we find dibs out there somewhere in the world, sure.
But what if I talk to Dibs? He's a talking flying horse. He's not just a flying horse. He can also
Well,
talk.
yeah, right, but that doesn't.
And I'll
Dibs.
ask Dibs if he can fly around while I'm doing the act, so that I can ride Dibs, the talking flying horse.
Well,
and I can
Dibs
do
is
my fireworks. You
Dibs
can make
is like
entire curtains of sparks. They could be everywhere. I could throw smaller handheld sparkers down into the crowd, and they could take them, and they could light them themselves.
right. Anyway, if I meet Dibs in the near future, I'll tell him.
Okay, but think about it though. I know that I need a lot of stuff to put my show together anyway, because I have to make all the things. But I've been working on a lot of stuff. But the problem is always gravity. Just think about it. If I get Dibs, and I can ride the talking flying horse, I can do the whole tent. And it probably
Right.
won't even catch fire. Probably. I can work on that too. That hasn't been something I was considering, but it is something I can consider now and something I can work on.
Not in the near future, but I'll keep it in mind going forward.
Okay. But can I ride Dibs? Not even just like
Yeah.
the show. Can I just...
Well,
Do it.
Dibs, I don't know where it is currently, but you can ask Miss Dance if you can ride him.
What's a misdancer? I'm confused.
him.
Is it Dibs the talking flying horse?
No, that's a different flying talking
You
horse.
said you called Dibs.
Right.
And that's not dibs? Well, I just need that talking flying horse. You can have
Oh,
dibs.
no, that one's mine.
I don't know
You can
about
have
the
dibs.
other one. That's the one that I know about. That's the one that I want to ride.
Right, you're not running that one. Sorry.
But you have dibs.
No, he's not here. You can have
What?
dibs.
Hey, can I have dibs? If you can have that
You-
talking flying horse.
Yeah, you'll
can have
get
dibs?
dibs when he gets here.
Okay. When's dibs get here?
Eventually.
Well, what are we doing our next show? Do we have a show plan? Do we have a
We do in 8 days.
8 days?
Dibs won't be here in
So-
a minute.
Dibs is going to be here in 8 days. How long until Dibs is going to get here?
I don't know.
But
Dibs
I
is a
need,
busy
I
horse.
need to practice. I need to work and make sure that these
Yeah, you
these
just work on
fireworks
your
are gonna
normal
work
stuff.
on
Right,
Dibs
right.
with the
You
talking
work-
flying
no,
horse.
you
And I
gotta
don't
work
set
on
the
your
head on
normal
fire,
stuff.
and I don't set Dibs' wings on fire. Because if I burn the wings, it's just going to be a talking horse instead of a talking flying horse. And then
Right, okay.
without the flying, it sort of defeats the purpose of the whole plan that I had.
Right, but you'll have to work on that later.
Okay. I'm gonna go do science. And Sniggles kind of like just immediately bolts off back towards the tree line, towards their cave where they've still been staying.
I'll just go like, whew.
And you then could approach up the Mist Dancer here, who would turn, kind of nod, briefly acknowledge your presence there, and turn back to the excited horde of children and the two very almost like leaning back, unwilling to get super close Flamboni sisters. They would speak to you, but not at you. You. I remember you. You
At the circus.
from the other circus, yes.
Right.
You who have led me to horizons beyond my imagining. For inside a cage, there is never room to truly spread one's wings.
Alright. Obviously, given I being the leader of the circus, it makes sense that the Great Mist Dancer should be the ones perform with me. Yes? The two high points of the circus.
Kind of
Coming
tilts
together
his-
as a union.
tilts his head up a bit. An offer you had made prior, but can any being truly fly to their highest potential, weighed down by the needs of another?
Yeah, because it's gonna look sick as hell. Duh.
Kind of
Sorry.
turns and looks down at you from one eye.
Only together, through the bond of friendship and the effort of teamwork, can we reach the glorious heights of which we're destined.
But you have no wings, and I presume no magic that has granted you flight.
Not currently,
Those who have not tasted closer of the sun's light are unaware of the dangers of its burn. I don't know, small one.
Well, that's part of it. That's what we were going to play into. That fear of heights. So the whole, I'll start going over this the act. I'll describe it in brief detail to him. I won't say anything because I don't want to spoil the surprise.
She's
That's
kind of close to him, sort of whisper. And he sort of kneels down close to you so you can hear it. To conquer fear. Fear the great weight that burdens on all of our dreams. Perhaps. I can see value in this. Selwyn. I can see it.
It's gonna look sick.
Why don't you, and let me, here's one thing I realized I did not actually really prepare for here. Is this still gonna catch, oh, it still lines up. I don't have to do anything. Oh, it's the easiest game I've ever played. Did you know that the dice log here in Foundry is in exactly the same place as it is in a full screen Roll20 window?
I did not know.
This has never been easier. Roll me a diplomacy check,
All right.
comrade.
First roll.
Yeah.
First roll in Foundry.
First roll, and I'll get the honor. Let's see, diplomacy. All right. You know, maybe we get to use the hero points early. I will guidance myself
Okay.
if I have any.
Drop it a little
I
bit.
don't remember how many.
I'll even
It's been a long week.
gonna slap this and clear it. Blank and ready for new dice.
That's a 30.
That's a 30 with your guidance. It's not bad. It's not bad. With a 30, although he does seem like he is somewhat skeptical of your ideas, Miss Dancer is curious. He's always kind of had a... You can tell very clearly he's got a pretty high opinion of himself. And what with his interment in the Glen of Uncommon Wonders, so he liked the attention, he never considered the concept of a proper act, especially not with somebody else. But he's open to think about it. He's open to do some science. So while Cookie's off cooking, Selwyn's trying to convince a Pegasus to join her in her show. Arabus, what are you up to as you return to the ground, sir?
Oh, nothing super crazy. Spend some time with the wolves, my pack. Maybe let them out of the cage, and we go wandering off into the thick, well, not to the thick, but just out of sight where we can sort of be alone.
Nice, kind of like where that spring is.
Yeah, away from everybody, pretty much. And I'm just gonna run through the. It's been a while since we've performed, so me and Misako will run through our performance and let Sheol watch as we do and see if maybe she would get interested and want to learn and maybe join in. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
And Sheol never has, as of yet, been a part of your shows or anything. Sheol's always been somewhat kind of reticent. You can tell from having worked with him for some time now that though he is very cautious and sort of withdrawn, Misako you've had for a long time, you've worked with, and you've forged a bond with. You, with your druidic understanding of nature, can almost communicate with Misako as well, if not better, than you could with people. But at the end of the day, regardless of your bond, Misako is still a wolf and isn't going to be speaking common anytime soon. Sheol seems different. You can tell that behind Sheol's reserved nature, there is a strange intelligence there. That this wolf seems to know and understand more than just an animal. It's certainly not like human level intelligence like you or someone would have. But it's somewhere in the middle. Whatever happened to Sheol, whatever this half completed ritual they were doing, has imparted some higher level of understanding on this wolf.
How do I say? Almost like Captain America and the Super Soldier Serum. Everything's just enhanced. You could just tell she's smarter than your average bear.
I mean, that's maybe not the comparison I go with, but yeah, I mean, basically, there's a pretty wide gulf between animal intelligence and human intelligence. And while Misako is receptive and has learned a lot, you're still, at least to some extent, limited by what a wolf can understand. And even with your druidic powers, you can teach Misako to do tricks and to do things, but she only really understands to do what you're telling her. Beyond that, thinking for herself, it's not like Misako could come up with her own tricks. She's a wolf. Sheol, you can see from the weeks that you've had him now, watching you and Misako interact, seems to be learning. He hasn't done anything, but again, he just seems to get more of what's going on. He almost seems to understand the intention or design of what you're doing, or why you're doing it.
So, all right, and I pick up on that.
With this much time working with him, you would definitely start picking up on that for sure.
Then I would tell Misako to stand aside for this and look over at Sheol and say, "Now show me what you saw." If she was paying attention to his performance, if she can do what he was doing.
I don't, believe we tried this before. Michelle hasn't super opened up to you yet. Roll me your choice of nature or diplomacy. Just regular diplomacy. Perhaps a different tack if you wish.
Diplomacy then, not nature?
I said either. You can try either. You can try to appeal to Shiel like you would to Masako, or if you want to try to address Shiel more as another intelligent being, you can try diplomacy. Because you haven't made much progress with Shiel in the past with nature.
No, you're right. All right, I'll diplomate then. Okay, that's a 29.
So 29. Once you kind of get this invitation, Shiel comes out and stays at a decent distance from you, head kind of low, still reserved as he always has been. He sort of looks to Shiel, or looks to Misako, and looks back to you, and pulls his shoulders up, and then kind of hops up on his hind legs. His forelimbs out, paws kind of dangling, not copying so much what Misako does, but what you do.
That's not
copying more of your dance.
Oh, that's very impressive. And not what I was expecting. Very good.
And as it continues, as he does a couple things at first, still kind of just like hopping. He obviously doesn't have the same kind of balance and mobility as you do, but the intention is clear. He changes it a bit. He starts to iterate on it. Not doing something you do, but varying it. Dancing in a similar fashion, but something more comfortable to him, a little bit different. Still keeping the same kind of flowing, almost natural rhythm, but creating his own separate performance.
Huh. I'm just watching and seeing what he does. And maybe even try to join in a little bit and just sort of almost emulate his creativity with my own version. We're sort of just freestyling right now.
Freestyle nature, druid wolf dance. Just druid stuff. Just a druid doing druid stuff in the forest.
Just a jam session, dude.
Just a jam session.
A jam
So-
there.
Ara, what are you up to?
Well, I'm assuming I'm sitting on the pillow that Cookie brought along with us, because last I knew Cookie was carrying me. Because I am missing
You do
a
have
leg.
one leg and one arm.
One leg, one arm. I'm trying to find someone to help me get out to fire if one is built outside, because I want to sit in front of it while I think about what to do in this conundrum I'm in. Oh no, I have made a mistake.
Please
So I'm
help.
waiting for someone to
limbs.
walk by.
And as you're kind of sitting there down and little sort of stuck, someone would actually walk by, and it would be one of your new recruits here, Nynan, the Gilman that you'd met. And sitting on his pillow, this would be as everyone is just kind of starting to filter away as you just sit down. I imagine Cookie would probably have carried you over to at least his wagon. He's not just going to leave you in the middle of the road and everyone just abandons the one-legged Leshy.
Yeah.
He'd probably put you outside while he goes to cook. And Dynan would approach. It is
okay.
a true shame what you have had to endure for mine and the rest of our freedoms from the menagerie and from Dusklight.
I just cocked my head sideways. What do you mean?
Well, I've only laid eyes on you 2 times, both within the last few hours, and The first, you were laden with life and vigor, energy and enthusiasm. And you certainly didn't need your allies to bury you.
I guess I am a little down. You know, I had 2 legs when I walked in there, and now I have 1 leg and I was carried out.
He kind of kneels down to be a little lower to you. And yet still, through what would certainly cripple the mightiest of men, your attitude remains unchanged. Still, I feel nothing from you but this eagerness and this curiosity, just a lack of ability to act on it.
It's probably because when you choose to sacrifice something yourself, it doesn't harm you as much, right?
Surprising depth. Unexpected from a creature such as yourself, though admittedly I am far from familiar. I have had little opportunity to interact with. What do you call yourself, small creature?
Well, typically creatures like me are called a Leshy. Leshies? Leshy? I haven't met a lot of myself or a lot of people like me. Barkbeard, wherever he is, he's kind of look around.
So he would just be a tree that I imagine you would have just left kind of over in the grass somewhere, because he's still a tree that you just carried back here.
Oh.
Zerg probably would just put down.
Well, he's normally walking around talking too.
It's a strange similarity, perhaps, between the two of us. Nazarketi and Leshy, if that is what you are. 2 beings uncommon here, uncommon perhaps even walking the surface, and reduced to little more than, well, idle curiosities and entertainers. Here. And, he turns back to one of the large barrels or pots of water you would have around the campground to supply from the nearby spring. And he waves his hand and draws almost like a flowing tentacle as it comes out of it. Flows down across and kind of around Ara. And you'd feel it coalesce behind you and just sort of lift you up. Your leg kind of dangling just a little off the ground, but sitting now almost held in like a baby seat of water that just props you up there. Surely you have plans of your own, Leshy.
I have a lot of things I have to think about. How am I going to fix this? And a slap where my leg was, my left hand. And I also think I need a new act, too. Huh.
I know nothing of your performances nor your skills, but I know nobody else here. And certainly willing to lend you the company, and am interested in hearing. What is it that you did, Leshy?
Well, normally I would do tightrope acts and jump through flaming hoops. And I also like to copy the other acts that were off to my side, kind of in my own little way. But that's getting kind of boring. I'm going to pull a page out of Selwyn's book. She likes to change her act a lot. I could change my act too.
Selwyn, that is the gnome
Yes.
you had.
Our wonderful, wonderful gnome.
Is she the leader of your show here, then? She seemed to take command of the situation back at the menagerie grounds, and similarly here from what I've seen.
Yeah, I think we all look up to her. Well, down to her for most of the people. I look up to her for sure.
Well, I'll admit, any kind of an act exposing yourself to fire or the dangers of open flame is the last I would have expected from a Leshy as yourself. Tell me then, do you have a name?
My name is Arlulu Ara. You can just call me Ara. Everyone else does.
Well, Ara, I'm interested to hear more of your talents and your people, if you would share with me your time and your knowledge.
Gladly. Can you show me also what you do? You do
As
cool
he's-
water stuff.
Well, just kind of holding you there. So I think you can surmise largely the long and short of it. This ability, this kineticism, this partnership with water. It's something I've simply developed as I've grown. It's something that's come along with me, born into me. A talent, perhaps, that I in no way truly deserve.
No, it's part of you. It's who you are. Like me and fire, and it's produce flame up in the air. It's just part of my spirit.
You just launch a little gout of flame up into the air. Well, strange opposites we are then. A mastery of fire and water. As far apart as the spectrum as one could imagine. Now, I lack the ability to create water from nothing, but I can manipulate and multiply it. Given enough, I can grow the source. And he kind of spreads this little just sort of... It's not restraining you at all, it's just kind of holding you up so you're not just laying in the dirt. He grows this water, stretching and expanding it around from just being a small little seat that you're sort of cushioned upon to like a full, for your size, throne. Complete with a massive backrest and large armrests and even fake posed rounded cushions that you can sit in, that you sink into before the thicker water below starts to really support you and hit that buoyant point.
Where's my jester? I like this. This is fun.
Well, Lulu. For now, I see no better place to travel and no one better worthy of my time. Tell me where you wish carried, and I'll send you forth.
To a fire, preferably.
To the camp, then.
Yes.
And still, I'm eager to hear tales of your people and their kind, as everything you show me is defiant of all expectation.
Well, I can't tell you a lot about my people or my kind, but I can tell you a lot about me.
Well, he'd kind of port you over this throne, sort of dissolving, wrapping back in this, again, this sort of baby seat cushion around your torso that's just floating you, bobbing across the ground over towards the center and towards the campfire where most of the rest of your people would be. Perhaps you would get the word out fairly early that a show is coming. That there are 8 days before the preparation, and we have a week to ready. And he would get the roustabouts together, starting to work to get everything you need to ready the tents, put the massive tarp back up over the uprights, and ready yourselves for a show down the road. So as the rest of that evening passes, you honing your crafts, your axe, meeting your new companions. A night would pass without incident. And the next morning, it would certainly be time to start readying for the show. Now, it has been a minute since we've put on a performance. I think the last time we did a show, we were 5th level? Question mark? 6th level?
Maybe 7?
I don't know.
It was start of
Start of
Espadar.
book 2.
We just got Sniggles when we put on our last show, because Sniggles was part of it.
Yeah.
I want to say you were 5.
I think we were 5th.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you hit 6 successfully putting on that show. And you're now 9th level. You've almost doubled in power since last you had an opportunity to put on a show for the good people of Escadar. And along with that growth in your own power, your own magic, your own abilities, has come with that a lot more potential and opportunity to make circus tricks happen. So now you have access, you've had a second check on your trick, enabling you to roll a different skill, take the risk for a little bit more guaranteed excitement. But now you can add a second trait as well. And you've made a lot of new friends recently. Asha, Dynan, Miss Dancer, Sniggles, who know a lot of things about doing different kinds of performances, who can help you to enhance your own shows, your own signature acts, in new and exciting ways. So I believe the new traits that you've gotten access to since your last show are Aerial, Beast, which is different from Animal because Beast more involves an intelligent creature working in the show. Not like you working, Shenmue, with Misako as the animal trait because you have animals involved. And again, just being a wolf. If you perhaps were able to explore more of what Shield is capable of, that, if you wanted, could get you over to the Beast trait. And the Beast trait synergizes with the Arcana skill, giving you a bonus if you're going to use that. Aerial, meanwhile, is more actual high flying. You already have agile kind of acts. You could do tight ropes. You could do possibly even trapezes. Aerial is literally flying time. If you have some way to soar through the air, and even if you were to expand this to some particular like high-flying trapeze-style acts, you could add the aerial trick to your show, giving you a bonus if you used acrobatics as one of your trick checks. Dynan, meanwhile, has another pair of new traits for you, as his act is something very different to anything you've experienced before. I think you've already had water, actually. I think you started with water as one of your initial traits.
Yep.
But he also comes with the magical trait, allowing you to use a trick and to really properly integrate a degree of spell casting into the show. Because when people come to a circus, they're not coming to watch a wizard do magic. It's Galarian. That's not special. Basically anyone can yeet some cantrips or spells around, and that's debatably, of course, wizards study long and hard to get that, and so do bards to get these kind of powers, but that's not the kind of display of skill that common folk want to see. But you can work it into a trick, allowing you kind of similar to the alchemical trait, letting you use alchemical items to give yourself a bonus. Magical lets you expend some spell slots to enhance your existing trick to generate additional excitement. Now, this is all just kind of the natural progression, the natural development of your act so far. You can integrate a second trait into your existing act without having to use the week of downtime, if it is like a natural progression with your growing skills of the trick you've already been doing. You also, of course, have the option, like Selwyn, to take this week of downtime and to completely redesign your trick, allowing you to reassign what 2 checks you have tied to it, completely reassign the 2 traits, and develop a wholly different performance. That said, you should probably at least have a couple people who are ready to go beat the proverbial streets to spend this week advertising for the show. Because you got to generate that hype. You got to take advantage of the fact the menagerie is out of business, and that everyone who's looking for their evening entertainment is going to need to come around to your place next wheel day on the 7th of Gosrin. Reminder, that is a society roll, so if you're better at society, it's going to work out better for you. And you've also, of course, got the opportunity to simply spend some of the money that you have in either your own coffers or in the circus's existing payout to buy some advertisements to start you out with a little bit of anticipation if you want. So as the sun rises on the first day of Gosrin, Professor, of course, is going to briefly interrupt Selwyn's machinations, her preparations, and her setup to ask if we are going to be scheduling a performance for a week out here. If we did make a fair bit of gold in our last show, it may not be a terrible idea to put some of that towards flyers, posters, and advertisements throughout Escadar to get the word as far and wide as we can. Of course, our sideshow and even our star performers can only be in one place at a time, and Escadar is a decently sized city.
Right? Posters them?
So, you've been tracking this, I believe. I sort of hand the reins to you. Do we have any profits left over from the last show? Anything that we could invest over?
I'm gonna be honest, Prof. There's been some different tune in the air, and what was there before, I'm not sure where it is now.
Is that what's still? I think it's hiding. Is it hiding in Roll20 somewhere? Or did you have it on a?
I have it in Roll20. I'll open it up.
Okie dokie. Well, as you dig that up, because I haven't had a chance to kind of work with the journal that's in Foundry yet. They have this really neat thing where you can feed it a Pathfinder 2nd Edition PDF. It has to be a legal PDF, like with the watermarks and everything. And it will grind it up and spit out some pre-generated stuff. And it mostly works. But this table did not convert in a particularly readable format. So
no, it wasn't, was it?
It has not popped up functionally at all.
So we had 39 gold for the circus currently.
Okie dokie. So if you've got a couple of options. If you wanted to try to build anticipation by spending any of that on advertisements, the most direct value that you get if you spend a single gold piece for just the most basic, a couple of posters in town, you'll get 1 anticipation. You could get up to 6 pretty easily. 6 anticipation costing you 40 gold, so you'd have to put forth 1 gold from your own stocks. But if you wanted any more than 6 anticipation from advertisements, you'd have to be pulling in a good bit more from your own personal finances. Now, you don't have to spend any on advertising. This is just an option.
But let's spend all of it.
So you want to all of it as in you want to put 1 extra, or you want to go the whip for the 6?
Yep, go for the 6.
Alrighty, so starting you off at 6 anticipation with an investment of 40 gold pieces to get flyers, to get leaflets, to get business cards and tickets and advertisements left on the front desk of every inn, tavern, and restaurant in the city of Escadar, trying to get the word out as well as you can. 6 starting anticipation before you even begin your actual advertisements. And Selwyn, as you are certainly going to spend the day working on your trick, is anybody else, I mean, Cookie, you don't really have an act at the moment, but I'm not going to mechanically, stepping away from the curtain, I'm not going to force you to spend the 7 days of your downtime to design a trick because you're a new player. So you get a pass. You can do whatever. You've had however many years in the Celestial Menagerie thinking about what you possibly could be doing. Ara and Arbus, are either of you doing the big redesign?
Redesigning.
Ara's redesigning. Arbus?
I'm not necessarily redesigning, maybe making an addition to. Is that?
Yeah, like I said, if you want to add a trait on, keep the 2 existing trick checks you have, keep the trait you have, and have like the natural progression of your trick. That doesn't require you to redesign your show to take the week of downtime. So like the hypothetical, if you wanted to like add in Sheol and add the beast trait or whatever, that wouldn't cost you any downtime. I mean, you can do whatever, but if it's natural progression is fine. So you and Cookie, it's going to fall to the pair of you then to head into town, to head into Escadar, which you've done a spectacular job of previously. You're very good at this. To head into Escadar and try to advertise in person.
Oh,
do you want to do this? You can either do this together, and one of you can aid the other. And if you go together, I will give you the benefit of whoever, instead of having to have like one of you specifically as the leader, whoever has the better role will take as the leader. Or you can go out separately, make your own checks to hopefully possibly drum up twice as much anticipation.
Well, I'm not very good at society, being a sheltered little kobold.
Well, it's a good thing that I am being raised in the woods.
Oh boy, so it looks like we're gonna be real people. But you know what? There is one thing that people do appreciate, and that's food. So I had me an idea. How about this? I'm gonna set up a little stand, and you can help call out for it. And anybody who purchases a ticket, they get a cookie treat, basically. And if they come by with a flyer saying that they're gonna be attending the show, I give them a cookie treat. So I can put up a little thing. I can cook and I can do my thing, and you can talk to people better than I can because I'm just a kobold. And
I don't know if I'm necessarily better with the talkings, but I'm sure you can cook better.
I'm short, blue, and have half a horn. You're far prettier than I am.
Oh, please. I mean, it's nothing. I don't think I've even showered this past few days.
I don't think you guys have showers.
Washed myself in the river. You know what I was going for.
You have that one spring inside the tree line and barrels of water. That's what you guys got.
She hasn't stood out in the rain the past few days.
It's a very crowded spring in the mornings.
Well, the best part is if I'm cooking, they won't smell you. They'll smell my food.
Big brand time.
Good idea. Okay. Let's do this.
All right. So you two are going to head into town. You are going to spend 2 days of downtime trying to promote the circus with cookies here. That's a pretty solid idea. Cookie, do you have lore cooking?
I do have lore cooking, yes.
If you want to use that to aid, that will be you are aiding and Arabis is the primary. I will let you use your lore cooking instead of society to aid Arabis' society if you want. Because that's a solid idea. Alrighty. So, Cookie, roll yours first. Give me your lore cooking. I would have been very disappointed if you didn't have lore cooking on your character. So I'm glad you didn't let me down, Matt.
Very true. Alright, so...
It does.
I just click the bonus, or...
We are learning here. I'm going to be honest, I'm not positive.
You can just click there it is.
There you go.
I did it.
Easy. What we got?
So 24 total.
So 24, you will succeed, which will give, because this is kind of it's a specific part of the action. Normally aiding another, you only get +1 on a success, but promoting the circus specifically says only one person can aid you, and if they succeed, you get a +2. So Arabis, you get a +2 to your roll here. Now, instead of just clicking on your society,
okay,
if you shift click on it, screw the roll 20 lies. If you shift click on it, it will actually pop up a thing asking if you want to add temporary modifiers to it.
Circumstance.
This will allow you to add it. You have a +2 circumstance bonus from Cookie's aid.
+2. Add. Okay. I think we're good.
Yeah, and then you should be able to just have the roll button right there whenever you're ready.
Oh yeah, there it is. Okay.
It's okay. It's a
I
new
just scroll down
tabletop
for it.
system for
There
everyone.
it is. It's 14. It's pretty good for me.
So proud of you.
Thank you.
I'm not proud of you at all.
You're both untrained.
You're
in
a failure.
society. Okay. Well, that's gonna fail. But that is going to generate still a little anticipation, if for no other reason than the glorious smell of Cookie's stand here. So as this day and then the next 2 days in town pass, with Arabis and Cookie doing their best to promote the circus. Bless them, they're trying.
By the gods, they're trying, Lawrence.
They're doing their absolute best. Selwyn. How were you working on your development here? You don't have to give big spoilers. If you don't want to say anything, you don't have to. But how are you spending these?
I'm learning how to write this fucking Pegasus.
Has someone ever ridden a horse before?
Yes.
Okay, so you've at least got a baseline there. And that is largely going to transfer over because you have a fully intelligent talking horse who is trying to work with you here. Although it does seem that as you work with Mistdancer, he is very much amused by the difficulties you have trying to, well, stay seated. He
I bet I
does
still fall off a bunch.
notably absolutely refuse to bear a saddle or anything. So
Well,
you are
I don't
just...
want a saddle. That's lame. Like, thank God.
Well, then you're that wouldn't have come up then, I suppose.
Yeah.
So you're just kind of barebacking it on a Pegasus without really much to hold on to. But you do kind of at the base of his wings more than a regular horse have at least some kind of a handhold as he's taking off, which you come to experience very quickly. The great push that is him leaving the ground is very difficult to hold on through.
I imagine Catfall is gonna come in handy during this training.
Yeah, Catfall probably saving you a whole lot of damage as you're working on developing this new trick here. You're going to spend a large portion of at least the first day being thrown through the dirt quite unceremoniously. But after it takes some time to really get into how to adjust yourself, and the difficulty is as much as your reflexes help you out, as much as your dexterity helps you, it really is pretty largely a strength thing. Like, it takes a lot of actual just raw muscle to manage to stay seated, and you are small and fragile and do not have that. So it's gonna be quite a very heavy workout.
It's gotta be the balance more than it's gonna be holding on.
Yeah, but holding on is still the step one before you can get to the balance.
Right, yeah, no, I know, but that's like, in the end, it'll be the balance carrying me. And the Pegasus.
Ara, how about you?
He's been spending most of the time sitting in a fire, focusing on his magic, trying to gain better control, more precise control over the flames that he produces, using the fires and embers that are already in front of him as kind of a catalyst.
Now, as the week progresses, the weekend is coming. It's Fire Day morning, and Arabis and Koo-Keh are heading back out in the streets to attempt to continue promoting the circus. We sticking with the plan, or
Maybe I should do the cooking this time, because I don't feel like we were super successful, and I know that I did my part. I'm just saying.
you could tell from your work that the people around the stall who could smell it were pretty interested, and were with the very sudden closure of this Celestial Menagerie, interested in the fact that there was another circus in town. But you kind of just had no real ability to do anything other than just sort of hang around the stall and be there. And the people that walk by and happen to be there in a very crowded Escadar market that has a lot of open-air food stalls, it's just not a big portion of Escadar that you really even get the attention of.
Maybe all right. I'm sorry, Mr. Koo-Keh. I'm just frustrated because Selwyn's the one that's really good at this.
No, it's fine. It's fine. So, do you know, I'm not putting anything on you, but do you know how to cook for a bunch of people? That's a no. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give this, I want you to take real good care of it, and Koo-Keh is actually going to hand Selwyn the cooking hat.
Arabis.
Or Arbus, sorry.
Yeah.
Arbus. Sorry, my apologies. He's going to hand Arbus the cooking hat. This is the mark of a chef. Nobody touches nothing to cooking until you put this on. So you put this on, and I'm going to go do the second best thing I can do besides cooking real good. Actually, it's the third best because I'm real good at cooking. I'm pretty annoying. I'm good with a knife. So maybe the fourth. Yeah, the fourth thing that I'm good at, being loud.
Well, I was just joking about the cooking. I have no idea how to do any of this.
All right, so here's what you do. You take meat, you put it on it, and you wait till it turns brown, then you flip it over, and then you wait till it turns brown, and then you put it over there. And I'll do yelling. So here we go. Let's try it.
Oh, okay. That's very easy. I thought there was more complication.
There's a lot to it, but I'm just trying to make it so it's easy for you. All right, here we go.
Put the hat on.
All right. So, Cookie, as you head out to try and draw more attention to your little stand here, give me a society check.
Oh boy.
Believe in the me that believes in you.
Yes.
What? I'm not allowed to aid him with my
I'm just
cooking?
having him go first, and then you, because I'm assuming you're both rolling society.
Yeah. Oh.
Can I hero point that, please? Or session reroll that, please?
Absolutely, you can session reroll that. Oh, hey, he's actually trained in society.
Oh, baby.
Ooh,
Wait,
that's
what?
a
30.
Why am
banger of a hero point we got right
dirty
there.
30, dude.
Oh, a solid 30. Arbus, as you're here helping, you can roll either your own society or cooking lore to attempt to aid him.
Well, let me see here. Which one's better?
I don't think you have cooking lore.
I don't. So
It's society.
can I?
I mean, your cooking lore would just be untrained, and it would scale off your int instead of your charisma, which is worse. So probably roll
Great.
society.
Awesome.
Question: Can I call upon the Stormlord's guidance to aid me in this society check?
You cannot
cooking.
because the guidance
instant thing.
ability, like the guidance spell specifically, cannot be used for downtime activities.
Okay, fine.
is-
Ruin my hopes and dreams.
Yeah,
job,
it's
after
one
all.
skill check. The target attempts for the duration ends. The duration is until your next turn, and this is 2 days of activity. So
Yeah.
very long
Shot
turn.
mark. Okay.
Well, he is making the roll before his next turn.
I'm just gonna do it. Why not? Session reroll. Why not? I
Alright,
can do
session
better than that.
reroll.
Can you?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, you did, yeah.
Hey, you did, but you didn't critically fail. So, while the 30 exactly critically succeeded, since you did not critically fail and make it worse, he does in fact critically succeed.
Oh wow.
Cookie, what are you doing out here? How are you so wildly successful?
So at first, what it is just if I need to do additional skill checks, I will. But just going around at first, he's just being loud. He's genuinely just being loud. He just pops up. he just jumps up on the stand where they're cooking, and it just come on over and see cookies. We got the 4 basic food groups of meat, beer, and meat, and you can come have all that in entertainment at the show of coming to the Circus of Wayward Wonders.
And apparently he's a very loud Kobald. It seems that he's great at this loud thing. What's your charisma modifier, comrade? Because the amount of anticipation you generate is based on your charisma.
Let me look and see for you.
I'm gonna guess it's 0 or 1.
It is +3, actually.
What? It's 3. You have 16 charisma?
I have a 16 charisma,
Wow.
Hell
Okay.
yeah, dude.
What
Well,
a hero.
That is obviously what I get for assuming, I suppose.
Yeah, it makes an ass out of you and the
Yeah,
camera.
yeah, well, yeah. Fuck me, I guess. So your maximum anticipation is 50, right? Because you have a guy who is actually trained in society and has 16 charisma, and that might be relevant. So you are the critical success level 9. You have +3 charisma, which is 12. On a critical success, you will generate 24 points of anticipation, putting you to a total of 31.
Holy shit.
You're advertising through Fire Day and Star Day. It's the weekend. The markets are packed. Cookie's apparently loud and incredibly charismatic as a lizard here that I was not expecting. Yeah, this cap of 50 on your tent may actually come into play. So those 2 days to the start of the weekend, Selwyn and Ara continue working on your tricks here. And if you have anything you want to share about your developments,
Well, I'm flying higher and higher.
You at this point have managed riding the horse. You don't fall off Missed Answer as he takes off in the air, not consistently anyway.
At this point, I've probably looked around for someone who can carve wood halfway decently to carve me a leg. Probably Sig. I trust the bearded man.
Yeah, the bearded man's pretty good at it. Are you not?
Huh? I have one arm.
Yeah, so point being,
I'm busy.
A coward.
He has half the capability of carving that he normally would.
I just need a leg. I need a leg just for the show.
Sig would definitely have spent these last couple of days working on whittling something out. While he could easily make a leg and an arm that would, be a peg leg, he does his best to try to work to at least give it some degree of a joint, some degree of movement, so you're not stuck on one peg leg. Because as far as he knows, your trick's been a tightrope, and that's going to be probably horrible, I imagine, doing a tightrope with a peg leg. Probably is among the more difficult feats that I can imagine. So he gets those together, and by the end of this star day here, you would have, it's definitely not as good as your old regular leg or arm, but a replacement, somewhat actuatable joint that he has hooked onto you to replace your leg and to even give you at least a little clampy bit at the end of an arm that he's quite proud of putting together.
Thank you, Sig. I love it.
So, that evening, as the group of you were all coming together, Koo-Keh and Arvis, almost certainly with the great news of their incredible success that they've had over the start of the weekend here, getting everything together. The whole party and much of the circus are together around for an evening meal. And as you're eating here, Koo-Keh having exponentially increased the quality of the food that the circus consumes on a regular basis. The professor speaks up. So, this, of course, is all spectacular as far as our ticket sales and profits are concerned, but I'm worried. I'm worried with all the attention this is getting and how much of the menagerie's regulars are almost sure to be in attendance. Should we hire guards? Mercenaries, perhaps? Zerg's always done a fantastic job of standing watch, but I fear this may be, well, has the potential to be more than one man can handle.
Ah, please.
But
I'd love to beat him up.
mightiest, though. He can handle anything. I think.
And, is there Asha? I just kind of nod. Yes, we fought. None in this city have a chance of standing against him. Well, yes, that may be true, but I'm less concerned about his ability to handle one problem as his ability to be multiple places at one time. They've got, well, and he kind of gestures back to the big top that's been starting to put up as all these massive folded tarps have been laid around in position, and you can see like the two main posts at either end where the three rings are gonna be laid. This new tent we invested in is it's massive. This thing is downright enormous. It dwarfs the city walls themselves. I don't want to see a repeat of what happened at our last performance.
Well, we'll be fine, right?
Can I try and say something?
But you can certainly make the attempt.
I mean, if we're worried about backlash, it might not be a bad idea to get some guards. Maybe we can make it a motivation thing. You're pretty good friends with that Liu-Tenant lady, right? Maybe Maybe we can give them like a voucher or something for a free meal if they come and get on guard duty.
That is true.
You know,
It's
I
not a
don't
bad
think
call,
I've ever
actually.
been more impressed by the sheer intelligence coming out of the mouth of such a strange creature as Koo-Keh. It seems your wit near matches your ability to cook a fine meal, my friend.
Oh, you gonna make me blush. Can lizards blush?
Well, I know that the menagerie certainly had a whole lot of the constabulary on their payroll. Desklight had a pretty penny set aside in her finances for just such a purpose. But with that cash stopping to flow, and, well, that head constable, that Miss Lieutenant lady, owing you a bit of a favor, what with everything you've done for her, I don't think it's impossible we could convince her to get some of the constables to look over the area for free. It's in her best interest that nothing terrible's breaking out at an event where so much of her fine city is coming to enjoy the show.
I hear. I think that's an excellent suggestion.
And it does raise a fair point. Given, well, how large it appears that our next performance is going to be, it may well be in the best interests of the entire city of Escadar to make sure that nothing untoward happens. Well, I suppose that I can visit Conclave Square tomorrow. Do we know if they receive visitors on Sundays?
Just tell them I sent you, and then if they don't, then, you know, you'll know.
Is there... Well, fair enough. Is there not a way for the general public to meet with someone to discuss or, I'd imagine, to give leads?
Yeah, I think it's called setting up an appointment? Some weird shit.
You wait around for like half a day.
Yeah, it's awful.
Well, that's
It's
ridiculous.
awful.
How could
and then
any...
They take you to a room where you wait around even longer.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't make any sense to me. If you're heading to Conclave Square to meet with the head constables, then surely the vast majority of the time it's going to be for something that has simply occurred and demands attention, is it not? How could you plan ahead to make appointments for such things?
Beats me. That's why I'm not a constable. Or a normal citizen, for that matter.
No more.
Surely they can't be so busy all the time, but there's such a... I mean, well, you were there. Were they packed? Were there dozens waiting before you?
It was awful. Just say I sent you and you should get in fast.
Well,
And
fair
if not,
enough.
then you go Monday.
I'll
or-
certainly hold on to that one. I'll stop by tomorrow and see if we can organize something. Admittedly, I don't know what exactly the constabulary has going on, but, well, it's in everyone's best interest, right? Now, everyone, it's had a few days to settle now, but, and Selwyn, of course, I don't want to intrude on you. You are the ringmaster now. You are the one who makes the decisions, but I, for one, certainly don't have terribly fond memories of Escadar. And however profitable our shows here may be,
Yeah, we're probably
I'm-
leaving afterwards.
well, it's good that we share a mind then. And, well, that makes
Christ.
everything much more straightforward. I had worried you'd protest. Tulip
Nah.
can't step in. Oh, we're traveling circus, son. We weren't planning on making anything permanent, were we?
Ah,
At least, certainly not here. I mean, our shows have been getting bigger and bigger, and even Escadar is only so big of a city. Hell, if we were gonna root down, I imagine we'd be doing something over. I don't know. Surely there's bigger cities than Escadar.
well, yeah, I mean, there's, you know, Absalom is pretty big, I've heard.
And Jules would speak up. Isn't Absalom like... I don't know. I've heard it's a city so large that it's like just a sea of coin and men and business and work, and that you can live an entire full life inside its walls and not even have seen half of the buildings in it. Surely something that large can't possibly exist.
It sounds horrible.
I don't know. It sounds pretty exciting to me. All those people.
So many people to fleece.
Well,
I don't know about that one, Sugar. This that does kind of seem like it'd be an entirely different life. Setting up in something that big. I kind of like what we got going. We get to travel around. We get to see all the fine folk of these different cities all across the island, but...
Right, but we're gonna have an end game.
Right, and there certainly are more islands than, well, even a mainland that I've only briefly seen in my childhood. We're not far from the Talden coast. There's certainly money there. Perhaps we would, well, be well fitted to charter a ship if this show we're about to put on is as big as we believe it to be.
Perhaps. Like, I'll like telepathically communicate to Sylvie. Made any progress on those stones?
Did I set up Tilvi in Foundry? Because I was pretty sure I did, but I also believe that may have been before I accidentally reset everything, which was a thing that ha-ha! I did! Okay, so,
makes it work.
Hello.
She'd respond, well, I've learned a lot, actually. A lot of fairly interesting things, and I have an idea for your little traveling circus there, Selwyn, my love.
Mm-hmm.
Have you considered that there are perhaps greener pastures and larger crowds on the other of the Starstone Isles?
I had given it some thought, yes. Any one springing out in particular?
Well, so here's what I've been stymied by. Here's what I've been researching. The Trogs, clearly the Zolgath, they show some interest in these Aeon Towers and these orbs, and as you probably already know, the rest of them are over on the Isle of Kortos, the mainland as it is of these islands here. But, interestingly enough, it appears that at least one of them appears to be an Aeon Tower no longer. So I was investigating and making sure that it would be worth the time to even follow up or to see where the Zolgaths may have been headed afterward. But at least one of these whole Aeon orbs appears to have disappeared entirely. Vanished from existence, as far as I can tell. But I have confirmed, certainly, that that has not happened to all of them. Not far from Eskedar, were you to sail from this city's ports and near directly south to an area called the Swardlands. It looks like there are a few communities there, perhaps the size of Eskedar. Their main port seems to be a fair bit bigger, and even more inland. Some more of an Aberton, some more of an Absalom. But there is not one, but 3 more of these Aeon Towers laying there. As far as I can tell, they have Life Root. They have one simply that seems to have no proper name that's referred, as far as I can tell, by the Old Forest Tower. Do know that your people are absolutely terrible at keeping records. And the Wellspring, much closer to the coast.
I will say, I think the elves are even worse than humans. Sadly.
I just don't understand how such powerful knowledge can seem to have simply vanished. I mean, sure, the Rodin fell some decades ago, and it's like all worship and understanding of his teachings and his history is just poofed and gone from your entire plane of existence. What? Do your kind abandon gods so quickly?
I haven't really followed many, so I wouldn't know, really.
Fair
I think I'm the
enough.
wrong to ask.
Fair enough. Well, if you're running things with your little show there, love, it seems the Swordlands would be a great place to investigate both for perhaps, well, bigger purses, bigger profits, and if we want to...
project.
Exactly. Of course, I'm sure your greener friend is going to be more than willing to keep following up, avenging what happened to the lizard.
Yeah, I'm still on that train too.
Do I need to have you roll a will save, or is this something you will,
Well, no,
agree to
I'm
do?
into it.
Because
I mean,
this
I
suggestion
wanted
of hers is definitely, on all facets, a suggestion.
well, is she gonna use the magic on me if I'm like already agreeing?
Yeah, it is. With what she does to this link here, it is less that she kind of uses it like she doesn't incant a spell and cast it. She just kind of presses through this emotive link to sort of gently sway your own thoughts, and you don't even really realize it's happening. So, I mean, if you're gonna do it regardless, I guess you could roll the will. Well, she's your patron. You literally can't critically succeed because you're gonna get 1 degree of success worse. So,
Yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna do it anyway, there's no point in having you roll the same.
Right.
Because you need a critical success to know she's magically pushing you, and you literally can't get that.
Well, I could roll one. Oh, right, yeah, true.
Right, because you downgrade
yeah.
a step because of your connection.
Yeah,
Well,
no, that's what I'm into anyway.
I do think that there doesn't seem to be a whole lot more to be accomplished here. And I've made a lot of progress on my end figuring this all out. It does certainly seem that the Zolgath have already reached out to the Swordlands somewhat recently. I've found some degree of reports and some degree of concern that the fine folk there have had difficulty making their pilgrimages, those that still do, up to any of the towers, and that they have been left abandoned and barren, and, well, if you're coming to the same conclusions that I am, love, I think we can both assume the reasons there.
Right, of course.
It's even more than that, actually. There's been a string of disappearances, murders, assumedly kidnappings, perhaps, but people just up and gone. We both know how, well, with what you found for us in Moonstone Hall. These trogs do seem to get a lot of value out of sacrifices and, what is it they always say, consuming souls?
And so, yeah, they're really lame.
Well, everything does seem to point to the south.
Right, then to the south is where we'll go.
And so with that together, with 3 days left before your scheduled show, that means that Koo-Keh and Arbus have got one more fine opportunity to head out in the city of Escadar, promote the show, and see if you can absolutely and completely fill your seats. It's the end of the weekend, a Sunday into a moon day. The professor's heading off to Conclave Square to try and get some hired outside help. And you had a pretty successful plan previously. Sticking with that?
Yep.
I think we're sticking with that.
Do I get to wear the hat again? Because I was handing the meat to people. Do you have like a device to do that, or did I just hand it to them? Because there was a lot of people that give me funny look when I do.
I think I got me, hang on, and Koo-Keh immediately goes digging through his cookware, starts tossing a little pot or a little pan behind him, just, there's nothing but his tail sticking out. Oh, here it is! And pulls out basically what looks like a spatula and just hands it over. There you go, that ought to do it. Do it with that.
I will do this, yes.
So,
And
Arbus,
yes, you get to wear the hat.
since you are definitely the one who is assisting here, you want to go ahead and roll me your assist check here first? And I apologize to everybody watching. I guess this is really with this intermission with our Foundry Learning show. This is probably the best day it could have happened, but I know my internet has been absolutely shitting this entire stream.
I'm lucky.
There is nothing I can do about it, and I thank y'all for bearing with me. Arbus, roll me your
Society.
Society.
Goodness. That's probably the best I've got so far. That's a 16.
Hey! It still fails, but doesn't critically fail, so, you know, Arbus is there. Cookie?
All right, here we go. $26.
Okay.
With a 26, that is soundly going to succeed. So you're gonna generate. You are apparently 16 charisma, level 9. That's 12 points of anticipation. With your work throughout the week and the advertisements that Selwyn brought, you're gonna be going into this upcoming show with 43 points of anticipation. I mean, as is fitting, every show leagues and bounds larger than the last. Selwyn and Ara are going to be. Oh, I think I disconnected completely.
Oh, no.
Oh, nope, we're still going. The bitrate dropped to 0. And whenever it drops to absolute goose egg, I just worry it's completely disconnected. That's gonna make people refresh. So I'll just drop that in the chat real quick. And with these last few days that you have, and one last day, because it takes 2 days of downtime activity, one last day for Arbus and Cookie to really work on honing, preparing, and putting together the last bits of their tricks as they're ready for a performance. We're going to take our midstream break. When we come back, hopefully either Spectrum or Twitch's ingest servers, because this looks like it's Spectrum, is going to work with us, because we are going to put on our final show in Escadar here. We're going to put the last of this down. We're going in with 43 anticipation. Do you still have the Roll20 window open, Zindern?
I do.
What's your prestige at the moment?
Let me look.
Because I don't actually remember what it is. I want to say it's like 9.
7.
7 prestige. Oh man, we're gonna be pulling some gold out of this show. So,
oh yeah.
I have to pee. It's that time. Thank you, all you who are staying here, bearing with us through these truly pretty massive Spectrum issues. Spectrum/Twitch ingest. It's really bad, I know. This is one of the worst days I've ever had it. But hopefully the audio isn't breaking up that much. Hopefully the audio is still coming through fine, so at least you can hang out and hear our dumb shenanigans. When we return, circus time. BRB. We're going to come back in here to our backstage area, setting up, getting our last minute sort of readiness here. Whatever things there may still be left to sort. But the day of the show, the evening has come, the 7th of Gosrin. You guys did a way better job of advertising than I expected you to. Ignore the combat pains that say they're level 8. They are not. I have been doing so. I have a lot of things I need to do with my tomorrow to actually catch everything up, because so much of my work has been focused on getting this functional at all and learning how to use it. So, before we begin our show, in the afternoon, before we start actually letting people in, before the crowds even really start to gather, there's a couple of last-minute things I need handled. Do you want any temporary upgrades for this show? Do you want to buy any of the, like the confections, the disposable binoculars, any of that stuff?
What does it do?
The only stuff.
We're not going to spend all our money on posters.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you could possibly really why you did splurge on the posters pretty good, is if you bring beer, it gives you a little bit of more anticipation. So it raises your potential earnings cap, but everyone's drunk, and a drunk crowd is a raunchy crowd, and they can be difficult. If not, then a second follow-up question for that is, as you are planning for tonight's performances, are you all going to be performing? Or is anybody going to be taking a side role, keeping things running, making sure everything's in order? And I will go ahead and automatically have Zerg running the security guard role just because he's not here. That's not your guys' fault. So I will have him doing that. And as an added bonus, earlier in the day, before you really started putting together, while you were doing your preparations, the tent is up, the big top is ready, beautiful stripes displayed under the sun, drawing the attention of any of those walking by, and you would even the day of still have people just like trickling through to look in advance to see the process. Just generates interest. That's half the point. One of those people, interested parties, who would come by is Lieutenant Surya Madrad.
Yay.
And she would come by not in her full armor. Her full art is actually pretty fucking dope. She would come by not in her full armor, and without her standard issue halberd in the morning, briefly to discuss the plans the professor had made with her. And that she will be lending a contingent of guards now that you have dealt with Moonstone Hall and also handled the menagerie, which seems to have been the cause of a lot of her woes. She suddenly has a lot more men available. And along with Zerg, she'll be providing a half dozen guardsmen, constables, to just run security for the show. She agrees. This is a big deal. A lot of Escadar is going to be here. It's important that, I mean, obviously she can't make it go well, but that nothing dangerous happens and that risks are minimized. She's also pretty well excited to come to the show herself. Though she is going to be personally overseeing a lot of the guards. She will be there. She'll be in the tent. She'll get to watch, just not 100% full casual mode. But with that, are there any other non-performer roles that you want filled? Everyone wants to do shows.
Yeah.
You know, actually, because I'm kind of working on mine a little bit, you know, with the wolf and stuff. I could take a medic role in case you have any injuries and stuff, and just sort of backstage it.
Okay. If you want this to be in process, so you don't want to rush Shield, you are the absolute medic wizard. So any checks with the injury trait today, Arabus will be on standby and absolutely ready to handle.
Everybody, you know, I got Selwyn flying around on a Pegasus. I gotta be taking care of my peeps. Ara's working on new stuff. I mean, Cookie the wild card. Who knows what could happen?
I'm gonna make sure everyone's as safe as they can be.
Right.
Fair enough.
Deck full of wild cards.
So you're preparing, getting all your equipment together over the afternoon, near the evening, about an hour before curtain, as people are starting to gather around. The constables, led by Lieutenant Madrad, show up, taking their positions around the various entries to the tent. Just really, they're there to stand there, to be constables, to be a visible presence and a deterrence, really. They're not going to be like, unless you want them to, they're not intending to like pat people down or be checking anything, just so much as to be around.
Yeah.
And as the sun starts to sink further down into the sky, the time to begin the show looms. What do we
God.
got?
Yeah, I see a Game Master dice rolling. I don't know why.
Oh, nay. I don't like seeing that.
It's fine.
It's fine.
It's
So,
fine.
question mark.
Is it fine? How fine is it? On a scale from like a 1 to 10, how fine is it?
It's totally fine. Don't worry about it.
So a 5 out of 10?
Fine out of 10.
I like it. We're good then.
As you're all getting ready, you have a massive, absolutely massive crowd here. And as you start taking tickets, opening the big top, and letting the crowd into the tent, obviously there is always a contingent of people who come by just to see like the marvel of the circus running and don't have the coin, the time, or the desire to actually buy a ticket and go all the way through. There's always a decent, like some amount of people that filter back into the town. But it does seem to be a significantly larger group of people than it normally would be. There is, in fact, a surprising amount of the crowd that appears to be turning back and heading back into Escadar. Zerg and Lieutenant Madrad would be able to tell you that it appears a whole lot of your tickets, your advertising campaign was very successful, and you were not the only ones who saw the potential for profit here.
Scalpers.
A decent little ring of people had organized buying a lot of the tickets in advance with the intention to sell them at the door for significantly more than your actual price. So your ticket sales weren't quite what you'd hoped they'd been, because scalpers. Still, though, you've drawn in a pretty impressive crowd. Though it's not quite what you'd hoped, it's still solid. And as the time for the curtain comes, Selwyn is the ringmaster.
Mm-hmm.
You want to start this one out?
I do.
You guys want to see how cool Foundry is?
Sure.
I was just saying the chat in general, because I assume you're
Oh.
gonna
Yes.
head out.
I'm gonna head into the middle of the ring.
Look at this, it's
And-
so cool.
Do you want me to open my door yourself?
Yeah, I don't have to do it. That's my point.
Yeah.
I don't have to do anything.
Behold,
You can walk out. Now these
into
are.
the empty stands.
That's why my view is zoomed in, so they can't really see that. Because I couldn't find a good quick token for that. All right, go ahead,
Well-
Selwyn.
It's been a while. As I walk into it, and the spotlight hits me. You know, the room darkens. Like, this is home. This is where I want to be. And with Thunder's outfit that I'm wearing, I'll pull down my hat and take out my microphone, my staff of hearing very far away.
The ringmaster's staff is
Yep.
tailor-made for this specific purpose.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm sure you've all heard the dreadful news that the Celestial Menagerie will no longer be performing in Escadar, but worry not. In where they fall, a greater phoenix shall rise from their ashes. I refer to, of course, us, with a lot of their performers too, the best talent, the ones worth taking. So strap yourselves in, for you've got a night of wonders ahead of you. Some of them strange, some of them wayward, all of them glorious. Welcome all, welcome any, to the Circus of Wayward Wonders. And I'll head out.
As the crowd, ready, thick with anticipation and excitement. Who was your first act, Selwyn?
Well, obviously me. And
Would you like a
I'll-
horse, good sir?
I would love a fucking horse, dude. And I'll swap over to my my dark clothes really quick, like just really scooting real fast.
While
as
you're
the whole-
doing that, I want to try something in Foundry, and I want to see if this will work. Tell me if you specifically see anything, because I'm curious if you can see when I do this.
All right.
Because it'd be really cool if you could, but I don't think you can.
No.
You can't. Oh, I had it on the wrong person. Hold on. I had to get my target on the right thing. How about there?
No.
Just question marks to you?
Just question marks.
Dang it. Is there a
That
shift
is a-
click you can do that? I
It
was
is a bit of a.
wondering- Such is life. Well, do you want to then go ahead and private GM roll me a will save?
Oh, nay.
Oh God.
Why? What's going on here?
Because we're learning how GM rolls work.
And everything's
Oh.
fine.
And everything's
Everything's
fine.
Maybe me staying medic might
Yeah,
have been a
roll
good
it.
idea.
Cool.
This
worry
is
about it.
gonna Go bad.
Well, I'm worried about it now.
Everything's fine. I don't know why you'd be worried.
Here you go.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah,
Do you see
private.
that?
I don't see nothing
Yeah,
but questions.
because that's so cool. I like this. I
There
like
you
this
go.
a lot. Okie dokie. So as you go backstage and as you start changing and getting ready here, you feel a little, I don't know, like, I feel like you've forgotten something.
All right.
Just as if there's something that you hadn't quite fully taken care of. There's something you hadn't wrapped up or something you're forgetting for this. It's not uncommon, of course. It's been some time since you put on a show and a lot has happened. But, go ahead.
Why is it always my fucking act getting fucked with?
Because you always choose to go in the get fucked slot.
How can you do this to me?
The get fucked slot just changes every show, and you happen to be in the new get fucked slot.
This is
Why,
BS.
nothing's happening. Don't worry about it.
I'm worried about it.
No, nothing's happening. Don't worry about it.
Mm-mm. I'll walk on stage, and I'll hop on my horse. Behold the wonders of Miss Stanson Selwyn. I'll make sure to say Miss Stanson first. I don't fucking care. I'm sure the horse
Gotta give him
does.
top billing. Feed
Right,
the ego.
Yeah. And I'll give him the signal we practiced all week as he soars into this top. And almost immediately, I'm barely hanging on. Just hanging on with the one hand in the balance. And, the crowd is gasping as if it's all gone awry before it even started. And I'd like to make my first check.
All right. Give me some dice.
Which will be intimidation. For they shall fear what will
Spooky
happen
time.
to me.
Intimidating the crowd with your. Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
They're scared after all of what might happen if I fail. For a 34.
34 will solidly succeed. And there are some gasps from the crowd, some concern. Obviously, it's playing into your hands exactly how you wanted. And as they see what's happening before them, the crowd almost just falls silent. Not sure this is what's supposed to be happening.
And as I see the crown in my hand, I'll give the signal to Miss Dancer. He'll start flying lower, and I'll let go. And as I fall, he'll swoop underneath and catch me in a grand act of acrobatics. And there's gonna be a lot of that. I stand up on his back and start doing jumps, backflips, those kinds of stuff. If we're gliding through the circus itself, the whole top. And I'd like to make my second check for the acrobatics. And this will be 2 higher because I'm not wearing armor, and 2, I'm using the aerial trait.
Okay. It's still a -4 from the agile, but
Ooh.
I would like to reroll my
you gotta
session
use your
reroll.
session reroll. Yeah, go for it.
Ooh.
Well, that didn't change.
That happens.
Same number. Why does it happen so much?
It
So at 26,
always-
2 higher than that, you said? Is that
Yeah,
does that include the
yeah.
-4 already, or
it does not, sadly. So, it
so
will
2
still be a
lower
failure.
than that?
Yeah.
So yeah, 24. 24 is a normal failure. As you're going through, they almost seem confused. Like at first, they're worried this isn't going wrong, and then the crowd seems kind of unclear if this is a salvage or if this was supposed to happen.
You know what? I'm gonna go for the third attempt.
The show, the complexity, confuses them. Oh baby, go big or go home.
Go big or go home. So this is gonna be, -6 as a net. So
6 in that.
Yep.
Okay.
And lo and behold, here we go. Can I guidance?
Absolutely, can guidance minus.
I'm
It's -5. So you can
like
shift click and just put a -5 on the end, so the actual number comes through.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's easier to do one-off modifiers now. Let's go to -5 circumstance.
Yep. And roll. Stake the landing.
Stick the landing.
Super cool.
As a 9th level performer, That is exactly the DC.
Oh.
Hmm.
And this moment of confusion through the crowd as they're unsure whether this is, well, supposed to be happening or if this is some kind of great flaw, they realize what's going on. They realize what's taking place here. They've been had. That this was all a farce. It was all going correctly the whole time. And as you stick this, pushing it almost to your limits, the
I
cheering
would leap
begins. The beautiful sound.
From almost 20 feet up, off the Pegasus, doing a spinning pirouette in the air as I land on my feet, thanks to Catfall.
And as you do, as you're looking around this cheering crowd here, like, time almost even starts to slow at the adoration basking in from the crowd. As you can feel it, their approval, Miss Dancer's approval. You've proven yourself to the Pegasus. You've done your best, and almost single-handedly, just in the opener, almost certainly guaranteed a winning night. So, Miss Dancer and Selwyn come back wildly successful here to the backstage area.
It was very good, Selwyn. I was a little nervous a couple times, but very impressive. You too, Miss Dancer. This flying, oh my goodness.
And perfectly. Well done, Miss Dancer.
He would just kind of nod and look down to you and to Arbus. It seems that without the kinship of another, even I never truly knew how capable I was.
Hey, ho 5, right?
He will not
Oh.
have 5. But he is big,
Maybe next time.
and he will make his way out of the backstage area just because there's a lot of people here and it's kind of cramped. He doesn't super like hanging out in the back.
Yeah.
I remember
So
so
with-
give Selwyn a high five.
With
Oh,
a
high five.
successful build-up,
Hell yeah.
the crowd's already warmed up for you. They're going to be a little easier for the rest of the show. But you're going to need 2 tricks for the right and the left ring for the build-up to the main event. Successful opener, sorry. Who is going to the 2 wins? Who are we sending?
Well, it is customary for the Circus of Wayward Wonders to have new acts do the performance on the opening night, or the first night of the show.
Now,
So
at some point over the last couple of days, actually probably just a day or two after you had managed to finish the Celestial Menagerie, Martin would have made his way to the circus grounds. He would have
Yes.
showed up. He would have discussed some things, some ideas he had for juggling and using his innate fire resistance to be a little more daring. Something almost kind of much what akin to what you had done previously. And with his demonstrated talents, he is surprisingly skilled. But I don't think I ever actually mentioned that. I think I forgot we were going through the anticipation
Little bit.
build-up of the advertising. You do have Martin Tevel's act as well now.
right.
I think that
So-
should be in your journal too.
Yeah. And
Okay.
that leaves us with a perfect solution for the build-up, given that we have the selection of both fire and water. So let's put Molten Martin and Dinian?
Dynan.
Dynan.
Molten Martin and Dynan heading out to the rings to do their performances. 2 of your newest performers. And yeah, it's kind of an interesting twist on the thing. They've got the opposites going here. So, as they head out into the ring, who wants to roll their checks for them? You guys got it. I'm
I
not going
can
to
roll
take
Dynans.
rolling dice away from you guys.
I'll roll Dynans. He's my friend.
So Dynan will head out, and he will start up. Dynan, the amazing Aquakineticist, as he's called. Some of your roustabouts, some of your assistants, bringing out a small cauldron, not even a full barrel of water, into the ring. Where he stands behind it, his arms folded behind his back, almost kind of like in a parade rest stance. Feet spread shoulder width, just looking out across the crowd with a very neutral expression. He brings one hand around over the pot and brings out the other up above it, and the water slowly starts to move a bit in the cauldron until It's almost like a drip, but backwards, as it sort of arches upward to a point, and a globe of water shoots up, splashing into his hand, and bouncing from one down to the other. Before it does that a few times, he raises his hands up pretty wide, and these droplets are fairly large. Visible, perhaps not to those in the farthest back of the stand, but large, obvious, and the water has been treated as well with some coloration to make it an incredibly bright, vivid blue. And do you want to roll me his occultism check? So is it a plus 14?
Plus 14. Like that. For 32.
Wow.
Nice.
32 is an absolutely solid success there. It's going to add 8 more excitement to the pot. You used 2 different checks, right, Selwyn?
I did, yes.
Okay, so you're actually at 29 right now. Now, Martin, on the other side, he goes out a lot more simpler. He's got a big case, he puts it on the ground, he opens it up, he's got a couple of knives. He, with a big doofus grin on his face, starts juggling them a bit, just almost kind of casually, and stops and catches them all. And looks at the knives in one hand, looks at the knives in the other hand, looks up at the crowd. Just sort of shrugs, puts them on the ground, and grabs some, like, cleavers instead. Tosses them just a couple of times, shrugs again, puts them down on the ground. Before he has a couple of the rouseabouts, a couple of assistants come out with some of the ever-precious Circus of Wayward Wonders oil supplies. Will they absolutely drench the whole of the blades strewn out, embedded into the dirt floor with oil, before he goes around with a flint and tinder and sets each of them alight. Small little pyres. They're not cautious with the oil either. So as they catch, it's just like a little whoosh of conical flame up from the ignited oil on the ground up to the blade, the handle, and everything. Before he looks at them, nods a bit, reaches down, picks one up, tosses it back and forth, and starts tossing it as he goes down the line, adding more and more of these knives, the entirety of the blade consumed in flames, to his hand. And who wants to roll for Molten Martin?
Didn't you do it?
All right.
And we got volunteered. All right, so give me a performance at plus 16.
Okay. 16. Huzzah. Oh, shit.
Maybe you shouldn't have done it.
There, yeah.
Oh.
Oh, you gotta reroll. You can't do this to Molten
I
Martin.
can't hero point somebody else, can I?
You're making the roll.
It's your roll.
You're making the roll. I'll let if you want to use your hero points for Martin, I'll let you.
You can't do this to Martin, shouldn't you?
This is opening night. You
You
can't be
fuckers
all
costing
over
me
it.
hero points now.
It's your session reroll, isn't it?
No, I already used
No,
that.
it's his hero,
Oh, he
hero
did.
point.
Ah,
You
it's
can't do
whatever.
this to
I'm
Martin.
gonna. Damn it! I'm gonna burn one hero point
It's worth it.
for Molten Martin. I tell you what, I was pretty excited about his trick. I almost got locked up.
You know
in
what?
this.
Like, you can tell this isn't Molten Martin making the roll because his rolls would be hot.
No!
Fuck you.
Oh!
That's what you get! Sunmu 36!
Shenmue 36! Hero, I feel like those two occurrences, hero pointing into the exact same result and hero pointing a 1 into a 20, are both in way more common than they have any right to be.
Yeah.
Now, Martin's trick is incredibly visible. What Dynan's doing is impressive and interesting, but to the untrained eye, it kind of just looks like magic, and even dyed bright blue as the water is, if you're not kind of near him in the stands, it's sort of hard to see. He's doing good, but Martin is on fire over here.
I like it.
So he is going to bring you up to 37 excitement. And he's going to add 4 to your anticipation as the crowd buys into this harder, getting even more excited about the events taking place here. So, Dynan, of course, is going to continue his performance. Obviously, he's not stopping. He's also... He doesn't know Martin. Martin was a sideshow. He's, getting a wee bit upstaged here. So he's gonna double down. He's going to double down and accelerate this. After a couple of these big globs have come up, splashed, and bounced out of one hand to the other, he pulls out back his hands, and a geyser fountains up from this pot with an incredible amount of water, an impossible amount of water. Well, it must be at least 10 times more water than that pot could originally have held. Just shooting up into the air, up about 20 feet above the ground, coalescing into this massive orb, which he holds his hands up to, and the pot's still completely full. Like, it doesn't even seem like any water's come out of this. He moves his hands and spreads it, kind of shaping it as the surface of the globe starts to bubble and contort, looking first kind of like a cloud, before it spreads ever further, growing stalks extending down from it, one long tendril out from the front. He's shaping it into a literal giant elephant, posed up in the air, carved of this water that he has such control over. And Arcadis, with the $5 here. Imagine complaining about using hero points like chat doesn't funnel shenanigans directly into the bloodstream. Hero point back to Arapis.
Oh, thank you very much.
Take that back immediately. How dare you second guess using your hero points?
My fault.
And Ara, if you want to roll me, he's using acrobatics for this one, but it is a -5, so acrobatics at +11 is going to be the total roll.
Ooh.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna use my hero point for my good friend here.
Get him!
Get him.
All right.
Right.
What
Excellent.
the fuck?
The
Why
two
does that
most common
happen
hero
all the
point
time?
occurrences. The 1 to the 20 and the no change.
No change.
With that, as he gets up, clearly he's got some control over the water, and you can kind of tell it's supposed to be an elephant. But it's kind of like someone going, hey, dude, that cloud looks like an elephant. Like, yeah, kind of. But it's not like it has detail or anything. It is kind of a big blobby water thing. And to those who don't know what's going on, again, it just kind of looks like he's doing magic. That's going to fail. It's not going to generate... it is going to generate a little excitement because he used a different trick check. So it is still going to just get a little bit of residual excitement in there. Bring up to 40. And Martin, as he juggles, completely absorbed here in the zone, unaware of anything that's going on over there. He's adding more and more blades into this until he has a half dozen of these flaming knives going through the air. And then as he gets them all going in a good, consistent circuit, he moving around the ring a bit, walking, just kind of showing, as his arms outstretched as he juggles just 5-10 feet from the nearest seats. He backs up a bit and switches it, doing it with just a single hand as he motions back to the roustabouts to come back over. And what they bring up is kind of like a modified water skin. It's a bit bigger. The outside of it is a bit more taut. So if you squeeze it, it's gonna squirt with a pretty decent amount of force. And this thing's filled with oil. And as he's sitting there juggling, this roustabout with this blasts little sprays of this oil up across these knives he's juggling, sending gouts of flame right in front of his face, right next to him, blasting across, filling almost the whole ring as he sprays them around across, leaving, again, these burning spatters almost of napalm, droplets all around the side of the circle, facing the performers, or facing the audience, rather. And Shenmue, you want to give me an intimidation? It's normally 16, -4 because he's agile, +1 because he's fire. It's actually still at a +13. He's only going down 3 for this.
Alrighty then.
Martin was woefully underutilized as a sideshow.
Get him, Martin. Now hold on a second.
You know the drill.
How is that even possible?
Why do you hate Martin, Shenmue?
I don't. I
Shenmue.
gave it. I'm gonna do it again. I'm calling my shot.
All right, let's see it.
I'm gonna do it again.
Waiting for it. You can press up on the arrow pad and it'll pull back your most recent roll.
Thanks.
Oh, that's neat.
Ah! So close.
What? That you can't complain though. Like you went from a 1 to a 19.
I mean,
1 to a 19 is a pretty spicy flip. And with his performance there, using the second trait, succeeding, the crowd absolutely bought into it. You have already blown away your anticipation target for this show. You are already at 50 excitement. So
crap.
for the remainder of the show, we are already coasting here. And Martin, having no way to ramp it up further from that, collects his knives, catching them in between different fingers, ending up with 5 in one hand. 2 of them between his thumb and forefinger, and his hand completely full as the 6th is coming down, which he just looks at for a brief moment before swinging his hand through it, catching the blade of that cleaver in the handles of the other knives he already has. Still just a big pyre in his hand as he bows to the crowd and turns, tossing each of them down into the ring and just chewing a bit of dirt over him to put it out before he brings it backstage. Dynan, collapsing this balloon bubble elephant thing he has, siphoning the water like a vortex back into the pot, taking the L on this one. Sometimes you get upstaged. As he's doing that, and Martin comes back in, the biggest grin on his face. Whoo! Boy, let me tell you, I ain't never done nothing like that one before, but that is a rush. Whoo, what an absolute rush that is.
High five.
High five.
And we should absolutely give a high fives to everybody that's there. I'm ready to sit down for a minute. I got the shakes on this one. I was kind of worrying me that I wasn't going to be able to get those last couple coming down with how I'm sitting. Ooh, we got a chair, a box I can sit on something.
You're looking at Snake Eyes out there for a second.
As he's just kind of walking away, just chuckling, laughing off. He's having a great time. Dining comes back, a couple of the roustabouts bringing the pot.
High-fiving.
High
He comes
fiving.
back over. He'll high five you. Impressive performances. This is beyond even what the menagerie ever has truly put forth.
Yeah, well, I mean, the only downside is we didn't generate enough anticipation for this, but, you know, let's just blow it out of the water now.
It
Last
seems
show.
that a show of this quality mere deserves a larger tent.
Indeed. That'll be next in the picture.
And he nods, making his distance back. So with a successful build-up to follow that, both the tricks are the same level. So as you're kind of building up here and as the crowds are getting super warmed up, they're real into it now. That is actually going to bump your anticipation up to 55. You've had such a good opener to your show, the anticipation is ending up higher than it could have started because of how well this is going. And Solon, again, as you watch over this is just... It's like you're floating through a goddamn dream here. This is, even after your first show, the most incredible success you could possibly have hoped for. And even when your friends, your companions are performing, it's like their successes are yours. Just overwhelmed with this joy. But it's time for the main event. One trick in the center ring. The star of the show.
If you've all been paying close attention, you might get this one. Koo-Keh, you're up.
What?
Not you, Ray.
Not Mordain. At this
Never
point,
more.
never Mordain. Mordain
She carried us one, but never again.
has accepted her lot in life, I suppose. At this point, so as you announce the crowd here, or your crowd, your performers, you're gonna be sending Koo-Keh out. Asha actually turns, kind of coming in from the side as she has been. Her mammoth waiting outside to be brought in if necessary. Small one.
Hi.
Why him?
Look at the dice. He helped us a lot during the whole, smacking the cat. I figure, this is a repayment. And if he fucks it up, that'll be the last time he goes into his main.
But this is the main event. This is what everything has built for. If you are going to send something small, you should send the strongest. And she gestures down to her side. to Jeremiah in his cage. He is perfect! I do not know where you found him, but none can top his performance. His simple existence is better than anything I or anyone here can do.
So I assume the will save was against Jeremiah.
You've already been making your will saves against Jeremiah.
Well, no, it's been a day. It's been many days.
Yeah, you are not, unless you wanted to autofill, currently overwhelmed by your love of Jeremiah here.
Not to the point where I'm fucking over.
You want to put a blob that doesn't do anything into the middle ring.
You know, Jeremiah is fantastic, Asha, but imagine if Jeremiah gets hurt. We've had things happen in the main ring before.
You can't get hurt today. I'm on the case, Selwyn. I will
Nobody
not
could hurt Jeremiah. If anybody came for him, I would kill them and everyone nearby to protect him.
And then yourself?
Well, there you go.
If necessary, I would die for him. I have never seen a creature so pure and perfect.
Which is why we can't let the unsullied masses see him.
They might try to take him from us.
Right. What if we cannot resist? What hope do they have?
Wait.
What?
Can they take him from us?
This.
Enough bodies. You know, I do not want to risk it. Risk it. Whoa. Risk it.
Have you been drinking today, Selwyn?
Yes, whiskey.
I do not agree with this. But it is your show. And if Zerg answers to you, he has earned my respect.
Oh man, I was hoping I'd earn your respect after that performance.
And well, that's
your
well, the
performance is not half of what this could do.
What can he do?
Yeah, Jeremiah, as usual, just kind of sitting there, not doing anything in his little cage. Icestock just rolling around, making weird little beeping noises.
So like a truck in reverse, right?
Very kind of soft, pleasant beeping noises. Why doesn't everybody make me a will save?
Oh, no.
You know, while we're here.
Did I do mine? Or was that a separate
You've had
one?
yours.
Okay.
Is it emotion?
I believe so. It is. Actually, not. It's not an emotional thing. It's more actually direct mind control. So it's not emotion now.
What?
I'm gonna get fucking killed by the circus performance for not putting Jeremiah on. Oh, protect me, Aura.
I rolled a 32.
Ara's chilling.
Oh,
man.
shit!
Holy
Aura.
shit!
How many ones have I rolled today?
You had a 50% on your ones.
Like, it's in my head. Aura actually doesn't like Jeremiah.
I have to roll.
Yeah, you do.
He's going on the stage. Oh wait, no. Oh no.
You gotta roll before you go.
No. Oh no. Oh. Whew.
Oh. 32, natural one. So, Aramis, as you look at this thing, you, I mean, you can't help but agree. You guys have worked on your performances. You've worked together to build the Circus of Wayward Wonders from the ground up. And, like, sure, you're good. But this is Jeremiah. Like, just look at him. His mere presence is something more majestic and near incomprehensible than anything that any of you could possibly do. This is the main event, and there is absolutely no hope that Koo-Keh has any chance of standing up to the bar that Jeremiah would set if you simply set him out there and left him to his own devices. He doesn't need a trick. Just getting to bask in his glory, his beautiful being, is all the performance he needs.
Selwyn, you may want to reconsider your choice. I know.
As soon as I hear Arvis say that, it's push Koo-Keh out stage.
No, wait, it's Selwyn.
Go, Koo-Keh, go!
I gotta do something real quick. I need my cart.
All right, get his cart. Get his cart.
So just before, when he pushes me once, I want to try to run back really fast. And can I go over to Mordain?
Yeah, you can say over to Mordain.
So Cookie's gonna run over to Mordain because I'm assuming he saw her like walking up, like she was ready to put on a performance, and then she didn't.
She still has the mindset. She assumed she's the main event, but she's learned not to argue.
So Koo-Keh will take his hat off and hold it to his chest and go, how good are you at improvisation?
Come again? Why?
Because I'm really good at cooking, and if I've been seeing what you've been practicing, right, that you can escape from a tank of water, right?
Of course, no magic, simply a feat of mere skill.
What if it looked like I was cooking you?
Oh my god, that's a great idea.
I think I can work with that. Yes, this. And she considers it for a moment, and you see thoughtfulness, and she glances down at you, and almost this like brief flash of disgust crosses her face, but she hides it for a moment. Very well. Small lizard.
It's a Koo-Keh, ma'am.
Koo-Keh. Yes, right. Whatever. Of course. I have carried this show on my shoulders before. I'm more than happy to do so again.
Just one fucking time.
All right, here we go.
And what happened to you, stupid level 2 act?
And so hang on, the player needs to do something real quick.
Oh boy.
My backhand will send you into the age of
Is
fucking
it
sick bar.
Evandale. Thank you guys for the raid. Welcome. Perfect time to show up here. Caffeinated Viking, appreciate the follow. Put on a circus show here. Oh, the chef's hat's coming out. That's when you know it's a good time.
Oh, yes.
As soon as I see him put on the hat, though, Selwyn, you don't understand. I think Jeremiah could steal the show right now.
I don't want him to steal the show. We have new people here.
Listen, the Stormlord himself has told me this is the way.
Don't lie to me. How dare
you, Selwyn?
You lying to me.
No, I'm just saying that the Jeremiah would.
You would die for Jeremiah, understand.
You can't comprehend his performance. It's his most beautiful thing.
Is it his most powerful move?
Definitely. Absolutely.
Well, let's go, lady.
No, don't let them go out. They will fail miserably.
Well, we already succeeded. Like, can you hear the crowd?
You hear just like the huge cheering coming from the outside. The crowd is going bananas out there. So like, that's
the perfect
clearly
time
audible.
Without Jeremiah.
No, Jeremiah must be saved for a special occasion when everything has gone wrong. Jeremiah's our secret weapon. We can't unveil it so early.
Let's go. So Koo-Keh has a push cart that doubles as a stove and brings her and helps try to push her thing out.
The
and
tank.
The tank, yes.
All right, I'm very convinced you can just lie. Wanted to know.
Jesus.
So, yeah, as you kind of push your tank out there, and she has a couple of her own roustabouts that more or less are counter and answer to her that'll come help you move this thing out here. She's got them practiced. She motions them to come over and they bring it out. It's just they just don't fill it first. As they roll it out, Mordane walking, her sequined white dress flowing around behind her. She flashes a half smirk smile at Selwyn as she passes to take the center stage.
And I'll move up with her and move the cart into position right in front. And with the crowd going in, Koo-Keh will reach down and he'll pull out what looks like a very small hat, and he will hand it over to her. It's the same color as her dress, so I mean it's a white sequin dress, right?
Yeah, it's a white sequin dress.
So it's just a little white, like a little assistant chef cap, and he just go with it, please.
I want to interject here and say Selwyn has a wild fucking grin from out here behind backstage.
You did this, Selwyn. You did this. She's
I
out
did
there
none of this.
performing, and she shouldn't be.
I think Mordane's gonna do great.
She accepts the tiny hat with a very forced actor's grin on her face. And brings it up. Puts the tiny hat on her head. And it turns to the audience. Doing a slow bit of a twirl. Gesturing towards the tank. And to the tiny lizard as she steps out in front of the tank to draw the attention.
And Koo-Keh as loud as he possibly can while the crowd is going, "If you've been ready for a show, you're gonna get you a good old show. If you've been around in the market square, you've tasted Koo-Keh's cookies, and now you're gonna see the main course. And this is Mordaney the Magician."
Her eyes like flare with rage for a brief moment before she gets it back under control.
You're hearing like muffled laughter from outside.
So she turns around, shoots a very hateful glare down towards Koo-Keh, before slowly, very exaggeratedly, ascending the steps up to the top of her tank. And her tank has like a latched hatch at the top of it that she climbs through. So she opens it, and then, pausing for a brief moment to think, climbs inside and signals the roustabouts to go about things as they usually would. So she sits down on the edge of this hatch, turns around, both of her hands out, wrists together, as one of the assistants puts these pretty big, thick iron manacles on her wrists, which she turns and shows out to the crowd up above her head, twisting her arms around to show she can't separate them. Before the assistants help, with a little bit more difficulty than usual, because normally the tank is full of water, lowering her down into the bottom of the tank, where again, she resumes her traditional scene of pantomiming this distress, her hands up against the walls, but it looks a little more awkward when she's just kind of standing there, not flowing in the water. Like, her dress and her performance is very well designed for her to be kind of floating in this tank, but she's doing a decent enough job of winging it.
So Koo-Keh's gonna look towards the backstage and give a sharp little whistle towards Dynan and like motion for him to come out. And he's gonna point at the tank, instructing to fill it up. And then he wants to pantomime to one of the roustabouts that was helping Martin and have them bring oil.
So as everyone's kind of scrambling to get this together, Dynan quickly motions with his hands, flowing a stream of water like all the way out from the backstage as he walks along with it up towards the tank and filling it up. And Mordain just turns around, kind of looks down at Koo-Keh like, "I've done this before?" Well, she turns back around with a big smile on her face to the crowd as the tank slowly fills.
And as the tank fills, gonna take the oil, put it on the tray to start it up, and then try the very best. What Koo-Keh wants to do is, you know, the thing where they for the steakhouses where they put the line of oil and then they light it and make it go on fire. He's gonna make a line on his tray where he can cook, but then he's going to just pour it all around the base of her chamber. And then once he's got that set up, he's going to go, "And now we start cooking." And I'll make an intimidation check to light the fire of both starting to light my tray and light the base of the thing on fire.
All right.
Oh, boy.
Give me a
I'm
chance.
so happy, dude.
I'm probably going way over the top for all of this, but I figure why not?
No, you got it.
You're the
It's
big
the main
number.
act. Yeah.
You're the main event, my dude. Now, before you roll that, shift click it. I almost forgot. Shift click it because the buildup was successful. On your first trick check here, you get a +4 because the crowd is already so into the show.
Okay.
I'll give you some
So
+4 circumstance bonus, and then if you do you have the fire trait on your trick?
I do have the fire trait on my
Another
trick.
+1 from using intimidation with the fire trait. So you got out of a
Yo.
+5 on this roll.
Okay, so +5 circumstance and... Alright, so I rolled that and then I just hit roll.
Yep.
I'm gonna hero point that. I am gonna spend a hero point for that.
That's way too much build up to roll a 4. Come on.
Yeah, way too much build up to roll a 4.
You can do it, buddy.
Really? Come on!
Oh. Oh, shit.
So that's a
no.
regular failure, which it doesn't lose you anything, so it's not a critical failure. But as this kind of gets set up, well, Mordain is doing her best, and everyone like dining, and the roustabouts are kind of scrambling to get you some stuff here. It is sort of a slapdash startup to this thing here, and the crowd can kind of tell. They're still excited, they're still into it, but they can tell it's taking a minute to get going here. Okay. And Koo-Keh, do you want to private GM roll me a will save?
Yes. So how do I private you that one?
If you shift click, also has privacy settings in there too. So if you just shift click your will, you can just set it to private GM roll. You can even blind GM roll it if you want. That just means you won't see the result. I mean, that's entirely up to you.
I am gonna blind GM roll it.
So
actually.
You won't even know if you did good or not.
Yep. Oh no.
Okie doke. So continue.
So it's a little rocky start, and so he's like, oh, okay, here we go, and he just kind of nods at Mordain, and he starts pulling out little bits of meat, bits of vegetables, things like that. He's actually going to start cooking, starting the meal, actually like he's making a dish, but with the flame continuing to go around her tank. Now it's
Wait, are you throwing chunks of meat in the tank with her?
No. I'm cooking
Okay.
I have the I'm not. I have the tray catty cornered, and I'm making it look like I'm preparing stuff. Like I said, it's supposed to look like I'm cooking her.
I see. I thought like this is gonna be the best. This is gonna be the best day of Selwyn's life if you just start lobbing chunks of meat in the tank with Mordain. So keep going. I needed the clarification.
Yeah, just making it look like I'm basically turning her into a stew is what I'm doing. So, cooking, and so this is the second part of the trick. So this is agile because I'm using my knives and things like that.
Okay.
So.
And then she turns and sees you doing this. She turns away from the crowd to face you, still kind of miming this distress as you see her twist her wrists around, and since she's facing directly and like right in front of you against the cage, you see she turns these over. The manacles actually just completely detach. And then as she takes her wrists out so that the one hand's completely free, she just latches it back again. Before turning back to the crowd with her arms spread, miming as she's still stuck in the tank.
Okay, so do I still get the +4 for this from before or no?
Are you intimidating again?
No, I'm acrobaticsing this time.
Okay, so you just get a -4 for being agile.
Okay.
But you do automatically generate 2 excitement just for the variety.
Okay, so do the -4. Okay. Sorry, learning.
Yeah, I mean that's why we're doing this as our first Foundry.
Oh my god.
Can I? Oh my god, I will hero point that as well.
Oh,
obviously.
nay.
Please, Foundry, don't do this to us.
What have you done?
Foundry, please.
You don't trust it.
I'm also going to use a guidance that I know I did. I have like 3 guidances.
Okay, all right. So it's a -3 instead of -4.
Yep, so.
Koo-Keh doesn't believe in Foundry enough.
I do believe in Foundry, though. I really do.
If Jeremiah was out there right now,
I'm sorry, I was wrong.
It's because everybody's doubting
Cookie-'s doing
me.
great. Cookie-'s doing amazing.
It's because everyone's doubting me. I got this.
It's your first time.
no! Oh, mother of God!
Oh, it's a critical failure. Oh,
It is
no.
No, it luckily isn't. Because the DC is 26.
What?
Why is it 26?
Because that's the level DC from the line.
Oh, I thought it was 29. Oh, you're right. That is not, in fact, a critical failure. I thought it was 29. That is a
Yeah.
regular failure. So, by this point, the crowd
goes mild.
The crowd goes
They're like-
wild is absolutely what's happening. And you can see, as you're here, Koo-Keh, that as Mordain reaches up and starts to try to mime at the top of the tank, she stops for a brief moment and just kind of looks around back and forth, looks down at you, and looks back up and like closes her eyes like she's focusing really hard. Like she's having difficulties with this. So
It's not my fault! Maybe it's a bit my fault.
So Koo-Keh just goes, maybe she's signaling that she needs more danger, and so he's going to just reach down
Oh no!
grab one of the pots of oil, haul back, and smash it at the base of the tank to really make the fire go up.
Erupts into a massive flame. Mordain opens her eyes again, her eyes kind of wide, just seeing basically a wall of fire outside of her tank, and she just freezes.
Uh-oh.
I have my hand on my bandolier right now. Salwa!
Don't worry, I'm ready to cast haste.
Koo-Keh, what are you doing?
Nothing good, I'm sure.
Nothing good, I'm sure.
Calms.
All right, I'm gonna try. So he throws the fire down, and I'm trying to have it so that he can give her a cover. And can Koo-Keh see that she's freezing?
Through all of the fire? I mean, probably you're right in front of her, but she's kind of frozen for a minute.
Okay. I'm gonna roll an acrobatics. What he's gonna try to do is use a knife, because I'm assuming this thing is latched, right?
It is a latch on the top, yeah.
There's a latch on the top. All right, so I'm gonna try to use a knife to basically bounce it off of the tray, and try to shoot. I'm trying to think of how to do this. So basically, get her to snap out of it, but to make it look like he's juggling he has the knives that he's going across his tray while he's cooking and watching her, and then he's just gonna bounce one off on the thing to hit the tank to try and get her to pay attention and get her to escape this time.
Alrighty, so give me an acrobatics at a -8.
Okay.
We're gonna salvage this yet, my dude.
I'm gonna try.
We're in there. You just gotta believe in the heart of the D20.
I do believe. I just wish that it would
need
believe
to
in me.
believe.
I do believe.
I don't believe you.
I believe.
Time to push that guidance then if you believe so much.
I do push in another guidance. then,
-7 instead of -8.
because I have one left.
Wait, okay, so the DC is one lower, right? Because I succeeded.
Yeah, it's 25. I thought it was 28, but it's 25.
Wait, doesn't that mean his first thing succeeded?
Alrighty, what if it's okay? Because I thought it was 28. You're on 1 success, 1 failure right now.
Yeah.
Hey, here we go. Are you serious?
Oh, fuck!
I think you need some new dice, my friend, my dude, my pal.
My buddy.
I'm gonna spend another hero point and re-roll.
It can't keep happening.
I
It can't keep
taking
happening.
I've never seen this
Jeremiah
many
should
ones,
be out
dude.
there, Salwa!
I'm sorry!
So what I think Jeremiah should have been out there.
No, not you too, Aura!
I mean, I have faith in Koo-Keh. He's doing great. Better than me on my
I
first
think
night.
Mordain's dead.
Oh no.
Stop it! Stop it! I'm trying to roll.
I think does up on the arrow keys just give you the last roll you did?
I'm sure it does, but I'm already in the.
Okay, fair enough.
So.
Oh, man.
Oh!
Oh, the same.
You just have to believe.
I believe in Koo-Keh.
Have to believe.
Oh, I'm glad one of us do.
I never stop believing.
Never.
Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling.
That was a roller coaster.
As you
Yeah.
throw that knife, you ping it off the glass here. It seems to shake Mordain out of her trance, and she quickly turns around, running out of air and time, to without much flourish or pomp, finish her act to unlatch the top of this, and with a heaving gasp, climb her way out as the assistants realize she's having a little bit of a tough time and come around to help her. But hey, it looks awesome. The crowd's digging it. And with that finisher there, you've got them solidly back on your side. And with a successful big number, you're at 74 excitement. Mordain climbs out, gasping fair, and looks at you kind of almost with a confused look. Before quickly descending and just hurriedly, immediately rushing backstage and past everybody.
Mordain the Magnificent escapes the death trap, and that's when he's gonna take his cart and be like, crap, and just go back.
Wolf. I give him a high five as he runs past.
I was dragging you
five.
while you were dragging you. All right, so you high five him, and all that's left now at the end here is the finale. 3 tricks and all 3 rings that at this point are largely just a formality. Because of everything that's gone through so far, the crowd is more than bought in. You may have paid the iron price in hero points here, but we got there at the end. What was actually a success, a failure, and a critical success. So you're at 64 anticipation, 74 excitement. And so when you're fully aware that with this finale, just to bring it out, it doesn't really matter who you send out there. This show's a winner.
Selwyn, please.
What?
Can we put Jeremiah out there to close the show?
Well, he could be one of them.
The massive success.
You know what? Jeremiah shall be one of the closing acts.
Yes.
I have seen it in a dream.
Have you?
No.
I haven't. Why does everyone like him? He's just weird.
He's a balloon.
Magnificent.
Cool.
I mean, he's kind of cute.
Yeah.
Weird eyeball stalk. I think he has.
I will not have you tarnish Jeremiah's reputation like this, Aura.
He almost looks like a fuzzy one-eyed snail.
That's kind of true, honestly. I
A
can't.
beautiful one-eyed snail.
All right, fucking fine. He's going out there. Are you happy?
I mean, everybody else will be too.
I mean, who? Ah, for fuck's
They
sake.
don't have to watch Koo-Keh almost kill Mordain.
Well, I mean, honestly, I'm trying to hold back the grin.
Like,
You know?
You did good, Cookie.
Thanks. It got a little hairy there for a second.
Oh, no,
Better
it
than
was
my
great.
first night.
You know,
True.
putting Mordain in such reckless danger. I hadn't thought of it myself, but you know, I'm impressed. If you
so
can promise
who was going out with Jeremiah the Moon Baby?
reckless
It's largely
disregard.
irrelevant at this point.
Well, Asha for sure. We have 3, right?
You got 3, yeah, it's all 3 rings.
And we have all new acts, right? And there's no one I'm forgetting.
Yeah, I believe that is all of your performers because you have missed answers. Part of you, Dinah went out, Martin went out, Asha's going out. That's all your new performers.
Right, sweet. Because that's the Service Away was Wonders guarantee.
No
Blue,
guarantees.
Blue would ask now. Now this already looks like a sure thing we got here. This one's already been knocked well out of the park. But I didn't uphold my end of the bargain last time on the show, and
If you want to
Well,
go
the
out
risk-
there, feel
risk
free.
is low enough that I hope at least you can see fit to give me another try now.
Absolutely. Go get him, Blue.
I ain't gonna make a habit of letting you down. You can trust me on that. So Blue, Asha, and Jeremiah the Moon Mole, who is
Not gonna
basically just sitting
I'm-
in the middle ring, just
So why does Jeremiah get to go out?
roll. Well, because look at him.
What if I wanted to go out?
Well, then you should have spoken up.
All right.
Yeah, like
It's
Arvis would have let me.
Jeremiah.
Hey, Ara, we can work on a trick together. I'd do that.
I'll lean, I guess, lean slightly down, given that we're almost the same height, like Whisper. Look, I've kind of slipped free of the whole Jeremiah thing, but I feel like I would have been fleeced afterwards if I didn't put him out.
So as they're out there performing, bringing it in, I will save us the trouble of rolling a bunch of NPC checks because well, I guess they could critically succeed, which raises your anticipation higher. So Jeremiah is just sitting there.
There.
Jeremiah automatically fails all of his trick checks as he's just sort of there and nobody's really sure why.
It's fucking beautiful.
They think this is like. Do you remember that episode of The Simpsons where they were having like a big fight and there's one guy at the back and you know he's gonna do something cool? That's Jeremiah.
It's fun. Someone carries him out and puts him down in the middle ring, and he just kind of like shuffles to turn around away from the crowd and like starts kind of shuffling back towards the backstage area, away from the ring. And he just kind of like wiggles. He really slowly kind of oozes himself through the dirt. He doesn't
Really is
seem
a
to be
snail.
super mobile. He's basically a snail. But Blue, however, is going to go out here and give it his best. Who wants to roll me a deception +8 as he starts to show up?
I'll do it.
We have dice, Sarah.
Are you not gonna roll for
I don't want
Jeremiah?
it anymore. I'm afraid.
What'd you say it was? +8?
+8 for his deception. Because he leads with that and then goes to thievery.
Wah wah.
Oh my god!
I said hero point. Wah wah.
Much better. There we go. So with that, he will solidly succeed on his first check. Meanwhile, across the ring, Asha starts her act very simply by going out with this massive mammoth. Asha dressed up exactly as pictured here with a bright pink tutu with a massive frill around her waist. Almost tiptoeing, and not so much like a ballet as a mock ballet stance. As she leads this giant mammoth around the ring. And this giant Gigi kind of tries to do the same thing, just almost prancing lightly around the circle. It's going to start with a nature +13 +14 because she has the animal trait for whoever wants to roll hers. I think Arabis kind
Nature?
of fits here.
I mean, I feel like the only one who hasn't been taxed on hero points yet is me.
Oh, fair enough. So
That's
there's
true.
there.
That's true. You
Gotta
taxed.
pay the troll toll.
So athletics or nature first?
She leads with nature. They usually all, they're all seasoned performers. They lead with their low number and go to their high number. They go
Right.
big. They don't
So
play the
first-
safety game.
All right. So 13.
14 because she has animal
14.
trait, so she gets a +1
Ah,
to nature.
yes. Sweet. And do I have any guidance left?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not tracking your stuff. Do you
What-
have
what
any
the
guidance
fuck?
left?
I don't.
What the fuck? He
Do you
says.
think I keep track of that? I don't have it on.
You're
like, firm.
supposed to, yes. I track your hero
Oh,
points.
we swapped around.
Yeah, it's on roll
hard.
20
okay.
somewhere. Just roll the fucking dice.
All right, no, I'll. If not, I'll pay myself. I'll post the guidance because I think it's really funny. And so I went out and the staff was like, "Woo, you can do it!" So +15.
+15. Oh!
It even
That's
matters.
the crit. That's why we're rolling it. And Aja, even if she goes out there before we even get into the displays of strength, that's gonna bring you to 72 anticipation.
Oh man.
Holy fuck! Like Selwyn's entire mind is just dollar signs, just gold and platinum pieces cascading around her. She sees herself diving into a pool filled with money that magically parts like water instead of breaking all of her bones when she tries to jump into it.
I'm seeing a duck there somewhere.
Yeah, some kind
It's
of.
not a liquid. It's not a liquid.
And Cookie, even with the difficulties you had, you feel the same thing. It's the first time you've really got to be a part of one of these shows, and this like overwhelming success, the cheering of the crowd. It's almost hypnotic.
Now I see why they love these performances.
Now, Arabis and Ara, private or blind, will roll me a will save.
Gonna ask you again. Is it emotion?
Yes.
Yes. Cool.
How do you do it private?
Shift click, and there's a little drop down for privacy. You can choose private or blind. If you do blind,
don't
you
even
won't
need
see the
shift,
result
like,
either.
You see public roll at at the roller.
Yeah, you can change it above the chat box, or it's in the shift click menu too. You can do it
Okay.
either way.
Have it your way, Burger King.
Okay.
If only I was sponsored.
So, Ara and Arabis, as you're here, you're feeling a little bit different here. You feel almost like lightheaded, a bit dizzy, even though neither of you is performed at all. And with that, the second check for the smoke dragon here, going for his thievery at a +7, because it is his second performance.
Who rolled? Oh, that's you.
I spaced
that's
out
you.
for a second.
Yeah, you
He
did.
really is
I-
feeling lightheaded and dizzy. He has no reason anymore.
What is it? It's
+7 on his deception.
plus.
Good, it's a -5.
It's been a long
Or a
circus
thievery,
day,
rather.
my friends.
It's been a long circus day.
I'll be right back.
It doesn't critically fail, so it's just not going to generate any excitement. And then, as he manifests his smoke, twirls his craft, turning these puffs he breathes into this large, almost draconic shape, this green cloud that sails over the crowd itself. You've been around him some before. You know what smoke he uses for this is it's kind of special stuff. It's actually incredibly sweet smelling as it turns and flaps, powdering this like light mist, these curls of smoke across the audience. Asha, as she has gone around the ring with Gigi, this initial display, climbed up on his trunk to be lifted high and just flexes one mighty bicep before Gigi puts her down. She flexes the other. And it takes a very wide stance, almost like she was getting ready to fight Zerg. Bends down and kind of crosses her arms, grasping the elbows across the front of herself, and steadies herself as well as she can. As the mammoth comes around behind her and rears up on his hind legs, gently tiptoeing forward to climb on her back.
Oh boy.
Zindern, this is going to be the athletics
Uh,
+14.
plus 14.
Time to get ripped.
Oh my god, it's so good. Oh, it brings me such joy. Oh, and the world resounds with me.
An absolutely solid performance. Gigi
What a unit.
gets up on top of Asha. And it seems like as his back leg leaves the ground and his full weight on her, she gets like 2 feet shorter, scrunched nearly all the way over. She certainly can't walk like this, but focus in her eyes, sweat running down her brow. She shuffles her feet slightly in the dirt just to pivot slowly, just to turn as Gigi trumpets on her back, her bearing the entirety of her mammoth's weight. Jeremiah continues to noodle his way out of the ring, back towards the backstage. He does not seem like he wants to be back here. He does not seem particularly happy with this. He's not interested. He does. It's spooky and he doesn't want to do it. But with these successes here, we end up at 72 anticipation. 72 anticipation.
Good job, team.
That is, it's pretty ridiculous. That's gonna earn you, all right, prestigious number of shows you've done. That is going to earn you another 2 points of prestige, certainly for a successful show here, as the sounds of the crowd kind of start to diminish as you all move backstage, your victory solidly in hand, letting the
Jeremiah.
curtain drop behind you for a huge pile of money. Glorious pile of money. What are you saying, Colby?
You closed the curtains and Jeremiah was just still out there noodling around.
No, I found Jeremiah back in there. Close the curtains and shut Jeremiah out. But as you come back, as these curtains come together, and the roustabouts start gathering up some of the things, the performers, there's just palpable excitement. Selwyn, knowing how much money you're about to make. Cookie, your first
Ding,
time
ding,
with a
ding,
spectacular show. This excitement is near overwhelming for the two of you. But that was an absolutely damn good performance. Cookie, as you're here, like, kind of just overwhelmed with this opportunity of what you got to experience, what just happened. And in fact, you pulled it off. You pulled the trick out. Your head is swimming, almost. It's again just dizzying. And Arabis, meanwhile, you still just feel kind of slightly off. As the professor turns to the group of you, as you all come in here. He closes the curtain and then kind of quickly raises a hand up to his temple. Well, by all accounts, that was a spectacularly impressive show. Oh.
What's wrong with your head, Professor?
I'm either getting old or getting out of practice, one of the two. I'm just tired is all.
Oh.
Ugh.
Tired.
Word. Let's kind of step over here. So I don't feel too good.
What's going on here? Are we being tampered with?
I don't feel top notch either.
I ain't never experienced a high like that since I found those random peppers and decided to eat them.
What?
And Tulip nearby, she's over by her cage. Mr. Tickles didn't come out this time, of course, but she was on standby. She comes a little closer. I don't feel super great either, if I'm being quite honest. I don't know, I'm a little dizzy. It's probably for the best I didn't go out there. Hey, Blue, that smoke of yours that you blow around all over the place, it's a real pretty trick, Sugar, but is that safe? Is breathing that in not a super good idea? And he just kind of looks at her and shrugs. I've never had any complaints about my performance, save for the last one I put on when I was still might well injured. And that was just on me, not the smoke. Most of it's just a lot of a powdered flour mix. It smells nice and really shouldn't cause anybody any undue harm.
Maybe I should take a look at those affected, and maybe we can figure out something.
That would include you.
Yes, it would.
What do you want to do?
Pick one of them and, medically examine?
So you want to for yourself, or Ara, or Tulip, or the professor?
Okay. We'll go with Tulip.
So she comes over to the wagon, and you head over by and she supplies are. She kind of sits down, 1,000 yards, staring a bit as you look her over. Oops, that's the token. Just kind of 1,000 yards staring as you look her over. Selwyn, Koo-Keh, Blue, you all seem like you're perfectly well enough. Does anybody else who did go out on the stage feeling any weird? And she looks around.
I can start seeking.
Yeah, you can start seeking for sure. Dynan kind of shrugs, looking a little bit confused. The Flamboni sisters both also look like they're pretty tired. And it becomes apparent that something is going on here. Mm-hmm. Featherfall 5, whose children also seem to be pretty well affected, and are getting very upset, quickly leave to head back out to their wagon, not really sure what exactly is happening. Martin, however, kind of walks forward a bit. Oh, if I was going to be honest with everybody here, I'm not exactly feeling my best either. I don't know, I was chalking it up just being a mite bit exhausted from a hell of a damn performance you lot put on here. I feel like I can't think straight. So, Arbus, give me a medicine check as you're kind of looking her over.
Okey doke. Okay.
Are the dice broken on Foundry?
I
Can we externally roll our dice?
Zinder's been doing pretty good.
Yeah,
That's
well,
true. Then it's really
hero
bad.
point, obviously.
Hero
Yeah, I said
point.
I was gonna get taxed, and I didn't get taxed. It's a good day to be me.
I mean, it's still a 25, but
Yeah, 25 is still pretty good. So as you're checking her over, nothing appears to be physically wrong with her that you can tell. But you do a couple of quick, like, almost concussion tests, like having her follow the finger, watching her eyes, and she seems like she's not really fully cognitively responsive. Physically, she's fine. She doesn't even really seem to be fatigued or tired. It really just seems like her reactions are down. Her brain sending signals that just aren't getting out to her body that fast. She seems, for lack of a better word, stupefied. Selwyn, why don't you give me a perception check?
Sure. I can just double click my own token and just.
Yeah, or just press
Oh.
C. Either one brings up the character sheet.
Oh, C. Jeez.
C is the keybind for character sheet.
Jeez, man. Woo! 30.
30 is pretty spicy. With a 30, as you're looking around the area, near the southern door, can I ping on this? I don't know if I can ping.
I can't figure out how to ping.
If not, I can find a module for it, because that's how Foundry works. But I don't immediately know how to ping anything. Down near the southern door, like, by the stack of boxes in the wagon, you can see just the slightest disturbance in the air. As you
Oh,
look
where's
at
that?
it, focusing... What?
On where, sorry? One more time?
I can't ping. It's to the south by the 4 crates in the wagon, just to the left of that.
Yeah.
I'll have to figure
Right.
out how to ping them. I can draw.
Like right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
yeah, they're not terribly far off of that. Like
I'll have a
like
closer
right
look.
here, right about there. Then as you look at it, as you look at this, whatever it is, you can see it's a figure that's cloaked and hidden. It looks kind of humanoid and sized, and it looks like they are wholly invisible. You can just barely see the slight distortions in the air where they're standing.
I cast Fairy Fire.
Oh shit!
That's a thing that you have?
Mm-hmm.
I was unaware of this. Okay,
I just got it.
pretty neat. So you pull out the immediate, perfectly timed fairy fire here. You love to see it.
At least
And
someone's prepared.
with a summoning of your own magic with the Blastus, what are Koo-Keh and Ara doing while this happens?
I actually gonna be walking with someone and detecting magic when I get over to this point. Trying to get a good.
If I notice that someone's walking over somewhere with a purpose, and I'll just be kind of like closer down by the area, like over by Arabus and Tulip. Just gonna like, you see something?
All right, so as y'all kind of following with this, Selwyn casts out her spell. This sparkling blast carpeting the area and outlining a figure. Looks largely human, but appears to have tentacles coming out from the top of their head.
Ugh.
Splayed out in near every direction. Because you can just see like a powdered outline of this thing. You can't see it proper. And these tentacles go out every which way. It also seems to have a strange, almost ridge or armor plating of some kind around its neck. And its arms, large and saggy. Its torso goes nearly down to its knees, so we only have a single joint before any kind of separation. But as that magic takes hold over it, the
What you doing there,
creature
buddy?
releases its invisibility, and you see in front of you something, well, mildly horrifying. It looks
Oh.
to be a
no.
jester, a clown of some kind. The tentacles on its head, just massive. I don't know what those are called, but those like clothy arms with palms on the end of it. No part of its face is visible. It's just completely wrapped in a dark cloth with a gilded, smiling, grinning, like laughing mask set over its face.
Oh,
And
there's
as
my
you-
jester.
As you reveal it with this spell, and it realizes that it's been
What you
had,
doing there, buddy?
it brings an arm up swiftly, like almost reaching, grasping towards Selwyn's face. And it is here we are going to do a new experiment, which is rolling initiative, because I mostly understand how this works in Foundry. So, if you right-click on your token, the bottom rightest thing, which is the crossed swords and a shield, can you toggle that yourself?
We should be able to.
Nope.
No?
No.
Okay.
Oh wait, I just clicked it and it turned on.
Cookie
It's gotta
definitely
highlight.
just did
Oh,
it.
it does. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this?
All of you, yeah, you should be able to do that, and that will add you to the initiative table. And then, if you're just going to be rolling standard perception for initiative, you can actually just click the d20 that is right there,
D20 that is right there.
and it should roll initiative for you immediately.
The ones today.
Wait, which
Seriously.
D20 that's right there? Sorry.
On the
On
combat
the,
tractor.
it's the fist on the thingy on the right with all the tabs. The fist is the initiative tracker. It's not. It's called the combat tracker. Yeah, it's not a separate window, and I don't know if you can separate it. But if you can't, there's
Interesting.
probably a module that can do that. Because it
You
does
can
look like you have
separate
to
it.
go.
Right-click it. Right-click it.
Oh, look at that! That's exactly the kind of knowledge we're looking for. Solid. Okay, that's what I wanted, because I wanted to still be able to see the dice rolls. I wanted to be able to have the dice
Since
thing up there.
this thing is trying to stab me, I'll give him a really, really mean glare. As the combat starts, like, you don't want to do that.
Solid.
You don't want this at all. I'll even hero pointed. Watch me. I haven't been taxed yet. Slightly
Oh.
better.
Love
I'm
to
also gonna use a hero point because I rolled a 1.
Oh, well,
I click the thing. Nothing happens to me. The sword or the shield. It's outlined in orange,
I don't.
you're
I don't
on
know
the
how to-
initiative tracker. You have to, now you go to the combat tracker,
which is
the fist. Notably, also looks like
actually roll.
Selwyn and Cookie, you took yourselves off the combat tracker.
I'm still on it.
You're like crossed out though.
I see
Oh,
20.
don't worry about that. It'll fix itself when you press start the combat.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
I don't know how to actually change my initiative I rolled on the combat tracker as a player. 'Cause I
don't
can't
think
edit
you
it.
Can.
oh, I see the fist now. Okay.
I can right-click modify. What am I changing? Would you hero point or?
Oh, I fixed it. In the chat log, there's a little fist next to where you rolled your perception check. You can click it to add yourself to the combat tracker.
Ah, there we go. So you can roll it manually, and then you can click the fist, and it will make you initiative because you're on the combat. Oh, neato.
Nice.
See,
Oh,
Okay,
okay,
now I
there we
can-
go.
pop this out here.
There we go.
Also have combat.
Got it.
Okie dokie. So we're all on there, rolled. I don't know why we're crossed out. Such is life. I can just click a whole bunch of buttons.
And
It'll
it's-
automatically sort everything. And then I believe, begin combat. Okie dokie.
Oh, okay. And it even keeps track of the rounds. That's neat.
It keeps track of the round. It keeps track of the turn. It
What I thought
keeps
was
track of.
funny is that it gives all the monsters 0.5 to their initiative.
So
they
they're
go
always
first.
above you.
Yep.
Hey, it's an easy way to
Nice.
make them win ties.
True.
All right, Cookie, you are the first to react as you see this thing appear from the fairy fire, and you see it very quickly reaching out towards Selwyn. And
What?
you got a 29. Let me see. It is not immune to fear. So it is, I can just do this on the thing, going to be frightened 1, which I can put in its token that automatically uses its stats.
Sick.
Nice. I guess I'm just gonna. What I didn't declare that I would have had my knife out during the trick. Or
Yeah, we weren't really expecting a
Yeah.
fight here, so you're definitely gonna be drawing weapons if you want them as the first action.
Okay, that's fine. So yep, I'll draw the chopping knife, move over to Selwyn, and I will snagging strike.
It is also worth knowing, it doesn't matter at all for now, that whether or not you know the thing's name, it is going to put the name of the tracker.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Knowledge
fine.
for the
Use
future.
Phantom.
I mean, big whoop, right? We know what they're named.
Yeah, it doesn't super matter. It's just interesting to know.
Yeah.
This is why I'm doing this. I had to be a combat today so we could run the combat and learn all the stuff we're learning right now.
Very true.
And I guess we'll just walk mono through it all later.
Swing better.
How about you swing better?
Yeah,
We what?
Oh, never mind. It's not important.
Okay.
I was off tangent.
28 is absolutely going to connect. Although, as this thing appears and you run up and slash your knife through it to defend Selwyn, your knife actually passes completely through it. Just not slicing its costume or its outfit, not seeming to contact with it at all. But roll me some damage.
Okay. So 11 points of magical piercing, and it is now flat-footed.
Okie dokie. And so he's going to be flat-footed, which I can put on the thing.
Oh, cool.
And then as well, he is still going to take some damage from that. As your knife rips through, you still see it kind of stumble. And the face on this gilded mask on it immediately goes from this laughing expression to a sad. The eyes flip over, the face flashes down. There's no movement. It just is one emotion and then the other as you strike it. And as soon as your knife is finished passing through, it flickers immediately back to this laughing grin.
So kind of like the Chinese thing where they like move their hands in front of their face and the masks change instantly?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
You can tell you are hurting it, but it's resistant.
Okay, and then I hit end turn.
Does that automatically move your turn? Oh, how cool is that?
How did you do that?
That's pretty neato.
Under the fist, after you're finished, there's a button at the very bottom that says end turn, and now it's not there for me since I've pressed it.
Yep, you can end your own turn. So, Selwyn, as you look at this and Koo-Keh comes up and slashes it, everyone that's looking at Selwyn, you would see a similar mask to what is on the face of this strange jester appear looming out of the back of Selwyn's head.
Oh!
As a second of these gestures steps forth, standing up out from her. That was the will save earlier.
Did I succeed back then?
You did. That's why he couldn't take any control of you. He was just writing.
Oh, nice.
So, as he steps forth and he sees Aura immediately in front of him, he has this laughing expression on this mask. And he raises his hands and absolutely silently just starts shaking like he's laughing, tilting back, his head cocking. Aura, make me a will save. This, too, is an emotion effect.
Yay.
Aura doesn't understand what's happening because it doesn't appear
If
to be
I
doing
succeed,
anything.
it's a critical success.
I wonder.
Aura doesn't really get what's happening here.
Was that a spell?
That was a spell. It will provoke. He's focused on laughing at Aura.
Okay, so I will take my attack of opportunity then.
Is he vicious mockering me?
I think he's just mocking you.
Is he mocking me?
I think he's mocking you.
I don't get it.
For a 28.
28's absolutely going to connect.
All right.
Oh.
Oh.
14 points of magical slashing or piercing. And since it was a part of my attack of opportunity, he is now also flat-footed.
Oh, baby. Connect
Wow.
might be the wrong word because, again, your knife is just flashing through him as he steps forward from Selwyn like he's
It's connecting, but it's one bar. I thought that was a clever joke. I don't care what anyone says.
Arvis. I like that statuses are visible on the initiative tracker. That's
Yes.
actually pretty cool. It's on the
Yeah,
token,
they
it's
are.
auto-factor into their stuff, it's on the initiative tracker.
No, it's really cool.
Is this southern door directly south of me open? Like, is it to the outside?
Yeah, it just goes outside the tent.
Okay, but it's...
It goes to your campgrounds.
Okay, I'm like almost working on Tulip, and as I turn around and all this starts happening, I'm almost gonna like push Tulip away. Hide, hide, and then I'm just going to spread my arms out wide and reach towards that open door and pull towards myself. As I do, Dark Cloud comes inside and goes in between Selwyn and the guy that the evil jester that attacked her, and lightning bolt shoots out of it. And we're gonna try to zap this guy.
Is this the Yield and Tempest Surge?
It is. Now I
Alright,
doing
so
improved.
he is frightened one. He is flat-footed, so he's frightened one.
ready
Affects
to
the
go.
reflex save. All right, so give me that spell. Can you still click it and put it in the chat log like you could before?
You mean the actual?
Yeah, the spell.
You should.
Then it rolls the
I
dice
should be
and
able
stuff.
Yeah. Let me just get it here.
I was gonna say you should be able to put it in there, and then there's buttons in the chat log you can press. I think we were playing around with it yesterday.
Okay, so I also can use C to open his block, and I can just click the reflex save right there. He is going to get a 21 on his reflex save. I keep accidentally clicking on the door when I tab back in because it's right where I naturally put my mouse.
All right, so if I roll the thing, does it show the whole deal?
That sure looks like it rolled 5d12. It shows us the d12s. It does not show us its full spell text, but I guess that's fine. The damage is what we need.
Well, if you click the damage, it will show you the individual rolls.
And that was fucking terrible.
Yeah,
but
absolutely
it
terrible.
doesn't show us like the spell text. But he got a 21 on his reflex save.
Okay, that's a fail then. So it's clumsy 2 for 1 round and takes more.
5 persistent.
Yeah, it's 5. Thank you.
It's 1 per spell level.
That's right.
And do I have this persistent damage in here? Sick.
Cool beans.
He's got so many statuses.
Wow. That's neat, man.
All right, so while that catches me, doesn't avoid it at all, as he's really still focused on reaching towards Selwyn. This lightning still just cracks straight through him, having absolutely no interaction with his body whatsoever. He's definitely resistant to that as well. Nothing seems to be doing anything to these creatures, but as they take damage, as they get hit, this expression keeps flickering to the sad face. They're not really reacting or anything, but it's doing. You can tell it's doing something.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanna move away from Tulip to. Boy, see, I can't see the in between my wolves. Essentially, I don't know if I can.
Okay. And then you can.
End my turn. Aha! Let's bang.
How cool is that?
Neato.
That's neat.
All right.
They
And
have to
Tulip
save
is
for the
gonna
moon
take
mole.
The opportunity to back up.
And do they have to save for the moon mole?
They
do they?
should.
Yeah. Well, they do. They do in fact.
Jeremiah is gonna get on the initiative.
Ara.
Selwyn, what are these things?
I don't fucking know, but they're about to die.
Works for me. Ara. Shoot, know what Ara's gonna do? Ara wants to use a brand new spell he has, and I'm gonna make this difficult for us.
Oh no.
I don't know what these are. I don't know if they're from our plane of existence. But I'm going to attempt.
Oh yes.
Oh no.
Can I?
Oh boy.
Boom.
How did you roll the info?
The picture. Press the picture, not the
The
name.
picture. Okay.
Banishment.
I don't know what
Okay.
they are. They scare me. They don't look natural.
They don't.
This is the one right in front of you,
Yeah.
and it is a will save. Okay. I got the DC and everything. Oh, that's exactly what I want. That's perfect. That's the full info.
I can remember that.
Yep. And if it's an
Alrighty.
attack, so yep, it's all there.
So,
Go away. Please.
solid question. Are they from this dimension?
Oh no.
No.
Let me roll first.
Uh
He's gonna get a 29 on the will save.
huh. Ooh.
So nothing is gonna happen regardless. I don't have to answer these questions.
You don't. So that's gonna happen next. Elemental toss at a -5 on him. Or 23.
And this guy is flat-footed, and a 23 is absolutely gonna hit him.
Cool. That's one thing I do like. I get the -5 for myself. 31.
Ooh, those are some
Holy
dice.
Shit.
Those are some
Ooh,
dice you just rolled there. All right, so again, the fire largely passes through him. But as it does, this almost tears part of him away. You almost feel like an echo of this jester getting carried back by the flames. And the flames that come out the backside are much dimmer, losing a lot of their energy. What's left in front of you is a strange jester that seems only like half corporeal.
And
Yay, this is so cool! Automatic intern. So we don't have to say we're ending our turns. You can just hit the button and everyone sees your turns over. Oh, this is
if
so
we remember.
cool. This is the best.
I will draw my swords, turn to. Well, I can actually mark it now. Just this one, and give a smile and say, "I don't recall inviting you to my circus at all intimidating." For a 33.
33 is absolutely going to succeed.
All right. And which one was more wounded now?
Can you not hover over them and see their health bars?
Yeah, you can.
I can. Wow. Perfect. Awesome.
That's so neat.
Fantastic. Well, I would like to cast the most powerful spell in my repertoire. It's called Stab.
That is very powerful.
It is very powerful. Meh. For a 33 against his flat-footed.
33 is going to critically hit, because I do not believe incorporeals are immune to crits in second edition. They are not.
Not?
They are not.
Well, I have this.
Incorporeal is way less cancer in second edition.
Wow.
I have this shiny button here that says critical.
Oh no!
yeah.
Do it.
Do it.
For 36.
And with that, as your blade simply tears through this creature, he is gonna shimmer, disappearing nearly from existence entirely. As your blade passes through and he just kind of seems to stop being there.
I'll turn to the other one. To the,
Oh, that's so
what is
cool!
it?
There's a skull on the initiative table now.
Eyes on the initiative
That's
table!
awesome! That Foundry's so cool.
Well, what is it?
Are you doing a knowledge
Oh
check?
yeah, sorry, yeah, and then you're right. I need to click the button. I'm not used to this.
There.
Okie
I
dokie.
used free action. I drew the weapon, attack twice.
So-
attack once and intimidated.
You would all see emanating from Koo-Keh bright, kind of alternating colors rippling outward as another one of these phantoms rises up out of him, his arms spread wide as he turns back and forth, this massive laughing grin still set into his mask. But as he emerges, they have been utterly silent for this fight so far. There is what sounds almost like the blast of a trumpet, shrill and ear-piercing, shooting out from Koo-Keh, like a haunted fanfare as he emerges. And I need a will save from everybody.
Is it emotion?
Oh, my ears.
This one is not, no.
Okay.
24. Your dice hit mine! That's so cool!
Wait, sorry, that's way lower. I accidentally
fuck.
upped my modifier.
Does
Sorry.
actually say for the dice bonk each other.
It's,
So
only, it's too lower.
anybody
It's a
who
31.
got below a 24? Arabus?
Yeah.
Just Arabus. Arabus, you are fascinated by this creature as he emerges. You are distracted and almost kind of overwhelmed here.
Status effects are so cool.
And to this screeching blast as it comes out. Oh, GR doesn't work. Hey, it's 48 damage in case anyone's curious. All right, because it's private because that's what the tab is. It's going to be 18 points of mental damage to everyone. Your fellow performers, the wolves, Jeremiah,
No!
as he bursts with this fanfare
Wait, Jeremiah?
How dare you!
from Koo-Keh. Jeremiah, yes.
What I like about the chat is you can apply the damage to yourself from the chat log without typing anything.
You can just click that little bang right there, and it'll take 18 off your hit points.
And is the down arrow if you have resistance, and the up arrow for what? The double ups? What's up?
I think
Double
that's
up is up arrows is 2 up arrows is double, down arrow is half.
Yeah.
So it's only if you had something. I don't think there's much that's like half or double effects in
So what do you
edition.
click to just take it?
The little bang,
bang
that's right next to it. The
Nothing's
first
coming
symbol.
for me?
The gear?
Yeah, the gear,
Yeah.
the bang.
Oh, okay.
It's a bang, yeah.
Yeah.
If you have yourself selected and you click that, oh, it actually
should-
privately rolled the damage. Oh, I didn't realize that privately rolled the damage. Can you can still do it if it's a private roll?
I don't think so.
I don't think I can.
All right, so I have to roll.
I'm gonna see if I can do it real quick. Let me put myself back to max.
They
Okay.
can't. I tried.
Oh, you can't?
Yeah, I tried.
No.
All
Yeah,
right,
it
so
doesn't
then
do
I
it.
guess the question for the class is, do you want me to open roll damage so that you can use those tools, or do you want to still? You can still select your health and type -18 like you could on.
Yeah,
roll
I
20.
can just do it manually. I don't mind.
Which would you rather?
Or you can select our token and do it.
That's true. I can do it. I can just be like, bing.
Yep.
Bing.
You probably did it for
Bing.
the initiative table, right?
Bing. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
And it even says we get hit in the thing. That's cool.
That probably feels real good for you.
That's actually super
Take
neat.
this. Take
I
this.
can do it. Take
can
this
just-
damage, bitch.
You can just group select us and press the button once.
Oh, God.
How do I grip
Oh,
select
nice.
you?
Well, you could just select all of us at once. I think if you group select us, you would get everyone. But
Oh yeah.
you can just
Okay, yeah,
shift
I
select
can just
everyone.
shift select everybody. All right, solid. So then that brings us to the muse at the southern end, who is still reaching out towards Selwyn, and his hand is going to reach towards you as he grasps out for a 34 to hit.
that was
That was in the open, by the way.
that was open.
Oh, because I said my thing to public. Well, hey, no, I'm not lying.
I like your dice.
Please don't touch me. But he touches me anyway. It's not a crit.
Yeah, it's not a
Not
crit,
even
but he's just regular touch. And as his hand reaches, again, grasping towards you, the glove, he stops as if he was like miming like he was actually grabbing you, even though you don't necessarily feel anything. But as he touches, you just feel your whole body kind of rack
Ugh.
and shock with the telltale pain of negative energy. And you're going to take 12 damage.
How about you mime fucking off?
And to that, this smile on his mask stays, and much like he done to Ara, his hand's still out towards your face. He starts to shudder like he's laughing. And Selwyn, make me a will save.
You son of a bitch. I'll kill you. Kill you for the last thing I do.
I'll
check.
threaten him with a good time.
30.
All right, and I believe, does that do nothing on a success? Double check you. And as you see him laughing, you too are just overwhelmed with your own hilarity, and you start to laugh uncontrollably. It's not enough to really stop you from still fighting at effectiveness. You're just losing your shit giggling. It is going to be enough to pull enough of your focus away that you can't take any reactions.
That son of a bitch. That's a most
And-
powerful move.
Then he is going to bleed for an amount of damage.
Is he? I haven't stabbed him.
Who's got persistent on him? Who's
Oh,
who did
right. He
persistent?
got it from the Arabus. He takes 5.
Oh,
Yeah, the
it's,
lightning.
Arabus is lightning, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, it's just 5. So you would see, as that seems to hit on him, that though this should have taken hold, there's no lingering electricity. Nothing's crackling across him. It doesn't appear to be doing anything. Cookie.
Damn.
All right. Does his frightened one go down?
Yes, it does.
Like all his other stuff goes down or whatever. All right. I'm gonna try something. So I'm going to immediately come up into a defensive dueling parry stance, flip that reverse grip on the knife.
I know you can. There's a raise your shield thing you can do.
Boop. There's a macro to raise shield that's automatically in the game.
That's cool.
I don't know how to share it with you, But if you control space and type in raise shield,
It's
it should
in the
pop
macro
up.
directory
That too.
because
Is it?
you have it.
Yeah.
So I can just open it up for everybody so that everyone can see it in your macro directory, which is the folder next to the hotbar. Although, Cookie, you probably aren't set to have a shield right now. You can basically just put your shield as a hardness 0-2 AC shield, and you can raise shield and just click that and you'll dueling parry.
Oh, okay. Oh, cool. I'll do that then.
Yeah, we'll start with that later. So you put
yep,
your dueling
that's fine.
parry up.
Put my dueling parry up, and then I'm going to snagging strike yet again. On the same target, same guy. I want to keep him nice and flat-footed.
Yeah, he's flat-footed until the beginning of your turn or the end of your turn? Is he flat-footed right now?
I believe it's until the beginning. I'll actually click snagging strike so we can see it. Boop.
Nice.
Okie dokie. So start, yeah, so he's not currently flat-footed.
Yep.
But he is clumsy too.
All right, so snagging strike. Whoop. For a 24.
24 will catch him.
Catch him. Okay. So damage. 8 points of piercing, and now he's flat-footed. And so now I'm going to take a second swing, and I can click the target is flat-footed in my roll.
Yes, and it will apply any special effects you have on a flat-footed target.
All right, and then I will do my second attack. I'm not going to re-roll it. I'm just...
Well, that hits.
oh.
Flat-footed and clumsy too, that hits.
10 points more.
Alrighty. And each of these you feel like your little knife is just barely cutting through him. It's not doing very much. Other than keeping his attention and kind of keeping him flat-footed distracted.
Mm-hmm.
He's almost wholly resisting your slashes.
Got it. And that's the end of my turn.
Alright. So Arbus, you know what Fascinated is, right?
It's kind of. It's a -2 to cons or perceptions.
If you hover,
and...
take your mouse cursor and hover it in the chat. Hover the Fascinated.
Oh wow. Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Video games.
No, it's not a video game. We've been over this like 7 years
I
ago.
mean, it basically is now. So, yeah, when it says the main effect you're going to need to be worried about is you cannot cast any spells that do not affect the full health phantom next to Cookie because you're completely fascinated by him.
So I can't do hostile to him.
You can be hostile to him. You can't cast anything that doesn't affect him. You're fascinated by him. You can't, like, cast Tempest Surge on the weak one because you're too fascinated by this one.
Okay. Okay. Well.
Also means you can't, like, heal any of your friends because you're too fascinated by this phantom. You can, if
But
you're
what
going to
if I
cast a
heal
spell, it has to target that phantom.
What if I heal everybody?
Heal everybody. You can do that. That affects the phantom.
Because I don't like that my wolves were struck as well.
Yeah, they do seem upset. They got also hit by that fanfare as he
does
come out.
not
So,
make
so
me
did
happy.
Tulip, so did Martin, so did the Professor, who's kind of reeling.
So I would put my hand down onto the ground, and with all three of my actions cast into the ground, and lightning would go out in a 30-foot emanation, hitting everybody and crawling up the legs and stitching people together that were wounded or just making them generally feel better. At level 3, however, I put these in because I almost always heal at range with the 2 actions, so I'm just going to roll 3d8 then.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. You can just normal roll 38. So everyone took 18 from the fanfare.
Okay. Everybody within 30 feet of Harbus gets 9.
And you see, with your focus on this strange gesture in front of you, that as your magic hits him, his face flickers to that frown. Your healing energy rips through them, being the first thing that seems to have really physically affected their form, actually tearing and pulling back at their costumes.
And what's cool is when you roll that, if you click the little heart, then it applies the healing to you.
Yep. So any of you can select your tokens and just click that little heart and bing, 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 bing. Then I can just go like bang, bang. I can also use it for the damage.
It's so cool.
This is actually, this is really neat. This has a lot of, but
Yeah.
it's gonna be some adjustment for sure.
Oh,
But
whoops.
It's called user friendly.
yeah, it is actually super cool that pretty much all this happens automatically. All right, and then end your turn, Arbus.
Oh yes, that's right.
Yeah,
That's
I
me.
forgot
It's
to.
all 3 my actions.
Now I do have the ability to do it for you, but for the point of this is the learner stream.
Right, this is
wanna
the
give you
extent
an
exercise.
habit. All right, Ara.
On. How do I select a target? I'm a genius.
Well,
Intelligence 10, folks.
Oh, yeah, you can rank like the little target in the bottom left. Physically puts your target on them and shows
I'm
everybody
going to
that you're
hit
focusing on.
somebody with this spell.
are you?
So. The 24 hit him.
A 24 will hit him.
Yeah.
The chief.
But
Takes 28 fire damage.
And isn't this?
If he's fiend or undead, he takes extra damage.
He is undead.
He is undead, so he takes another 9d6.
What?
Good
He
damage.
just takes twice as much.
Yep.
Does he? I think that's only on a crit.
No, it's
Wait.
it's not.
Oh, I
It's
see, I
96
see.
fire damage, and if he's fiend or undead, he takes 96 good damage as well.
Okay, well, roll another 96.
Woo.
For another 24.
So he's gonna take 52 points of damage from this hit. He's gonna resist a little of it, but only a little. And after that blast, as that also seems to rip and pierce through, actually ripping a hole in this thing's costume. His mask now fixed permanently in the frown as this is physically staggering and reeling from this blow.
And then this on him as well.
Oh my
Or
goodness.
23.
23 will hit him.
it's just a flicker of damn.
Or 20 more damage.
Oh boy. That man, too, is going to now flicker for a moment, kind of appearing and disappearing, where the first one just kind of faded out and ceased to be. This one almost like flickers and tatters at this hit, before he tilts his head back still silently, just almost exploding into nothing as he just ceases to be.
You weren't invited. And
So,
Let's take that frown away from this clown. And, you know, the same verse second as the first.
Oh.
Gosh darn. You know?
what's
It
really
was-
funny is if it wasn't for natural ones.
Yeah, I
Wait,
would just
that
kill
actually
it. Yeah,
that doesn't critically fail. That regular fails because the dice are high enough to hit him, so it gets so it's a success, but it's a natural one, so it gets down
Right.
to a regular failure.
Well, let's see. Can we follow it up, boys? No. We can stab him. Stab
Yeah.
him like we mean it.
That'll hit him.
Foolish fool.
He's
Yeah.
still clumsy 2 and actually the clumsy 2 is worn off, but that will still hit him anyway.
Yeah, Clumsy is just a 1 round.
22 damage.
Alrighty, that's a
And now I'll get to use my new and cool improved trick. Now where is my feats, my features? Yeah, I too am learning.
yeah. That's what we're doing. That's why I wanted
Yeah.
to. That's why I just like threw it out of fucking nowhere combat in the sessions because I wanted to run one to learn how the
It's
initiative
probably other
works.
actions.
Yes,
Yeah.
we could roll some dice and stuff. Yeah.
So I have my debilitating strike, and he is enfeebled 1.
Ooh. There's enfeebled.
Ick.
Boop.
And I'll stab him again, I guess. See if that enfeeble even happens.
Jeez, how many attacks you got?
Well,
So he
doesn't
is,
matter.
from you specifically, he is taking dramatically less damage.
I don't think it matters when they roll 2 1s and 3 rolls.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like from that first swing, you feel as though he doesn't have enough of a real corporeal form for you to do nearly as much as you usually do. I'm
Right.
just taking the last 2d6 off of him because you're not getting sneak attack on him.
Oh, I'm not unlucky.
And then if you end your turn, is it gonna jump over the dead guy?
Sorry.
If you end your turn,
Oh, right.
it does not jump over the dead guy. That's okay. I can then just move
Unfortunate.
past the dead guy.
I think that's an option you can turn on.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I have a settings wheel. Skip defeated. It is in fact it is absolutely a thing.
Oh, nice.
Also,
Also, I don't know
That's
how
kind
they
of
were.
neat, I guess.
It's whatever.
What?
Nothing. I was thinking out loud. Sorry, I forgot to mute myself.
Okay. So as he takes these stabs coming from you, his face as well is going to change for a moment as you stab him, but then back to this laughing grin as it goes from a regular smile to a wide opened, just black abyss in his mouth. Teeth bared, he's grinning so widely. And I need everybody to make me a will save.
Is that a spell?
No.
Is it an emotion effect?
It is an emotion effect.
Do I need to roll a roll?
You do.
Unlucky. You know, the will save's been hot.
Will saves are all pretty hot. Well, the last two weren't quite as hot. So as he puts this massive, ridiculous grin on his face, Koo-Keh and Ara, you are going to be clumsy 1, as you're kind of swept away with this similar emotion. Kind of like what was happening to Selwyn, but not quite as severe. It's just distracting and almost sort of hard to focus. And then he is going to, just do his best to get the hell out of here. Out here sucks. So with his hand still out towards Selwyn, he reaches forward his other hand, bringing his face down almost like he's headbutting her as he tries to jump back inside her.
Wait, no.
Make me a will save, Selwyn.
No.
Don't make me waste my hero points.
Oh boy.
Oh, baby, that was a roller coaster. 31.
31 will succeed. Now, that is a spell that he's doing there.
Koo-Keh is
Not when he
definitely
does-
going to.
Oh, yeah, it is. It is still a spell. You can attack opportunity on that.
All right. So here we go, and he is flat-footed. So yeah,
True.
for a 31.
31 with him flat-footed is a critical hit.
For 25 magical piercing.
And with that slash, as he reaches down, you already see his form starting to fade, almost trying to pull in towards Selwyn's forehead. And you cut through him with that attack of opportunity. What do you do, Koo-Keh?
Just right as he's bringing his head in to like go back into Selwyn, and I can see that she's resisting, just not today, and just take the chopping knife and just bury it straight into the forehead of the mask and draw it out.
He is gone. He reaches forth to try to put himself back into Selwyn's head. And as you slash through him, your knife is passing through with no feedback, just as it had been before. It's just pulling through his body. He shrivels up towards Selwyn's forehead and disappears.
You all right, Selwyn?
I think so.
Hey, Arabus, y'all okay? Everybody all right?
I think so.
I'm not even listening. I'm checking on the wolves. They're not supposed to be this close to combat.
I think I'm about to heave cookies.
You are Koo-Keh. How are you gonna heave yourself?
Like this. And just the motion sickness from everything and just...
That's gross.
Oh, sorry.
So, I think with that there, with us getting a test drive on the Foundry combat system here with its turn tracker and how the buttons work and stuff, that is a solid place for us to wrap up this week's session. To leave it there with our show successful, but before we go, of course, your final anticipation. Let's see, so at the end of a successful performance, it is Prestige, which is 7. Final Anticipation, which is 72, for 79 gold into the circus purse.
Sick.
Now, you end up, that's what it should be. You end up as you're counting through at the end, noting that you did take a little bit of a hit from these scalpers, but it was nominal at best. You're actually going to get 76 gold pieces, as what the scalpers probably considered a pretty successful operation. I mean, 3 gold is a pretty good amount of money in Galarian. Didn't make a huge dent into your overall profits. And it's also going to give you 2 more prestige on the success, bringing your prestige now up to 9.
Woo!
Doing a good job of keeping it in line with the level of the party. Oh yeah, you can type that in there. I'll give you a place in the journal to.
Just for
that.
future bookkeeping is what I was looking for.
Yeah. There's a bunch of stuff I want to add into this that'll make it easier for us to interact with, a place for you to save things and whatnot. And I believe, Zindern, you can create journal entries? ?
Maybe. I'll figure it out for sure. If I can't, I'll write you in case it's a problem. Should be fine.
Okay. So, I made a mistake.
Yeah?
I don't know how to fix this. I click configure players, which is not where permissions live, which put me on the login screen, but I can't log in as me because I'm already logged in as me configuring players.
There's a brief downside. So how do I make a journal?
You should be able to go to the journal
create entry.
tab.
Yeah,
There should
I
be
can.
create entry at the bottom.
Yeah.
I believe at the moment only you can make them because I have to specifically give it to people, and I only gave it to you. If anyone else wants the ability to create journal entries to like make notes and stuff, I can. I think I could just. That's what I was trying to do, was go into permissions, because I think I can just give it to the player level permission that anybody should be able to make journal entries, but I'm not sure yet. But honestly, though it's obviously going to be a bit of a learning curve while we get into figuring out how to do Foundry and stuff, figuring out how all of this is going to work. It seems fucking awesome. Auto-calculating statuses into your rolls, being able to just apply damage directly to targets from the combat log, from the dice log. Obviously, the massively enhanced dynamic lighting and doors and everything. It seems really cool, and we at least got to play with it a little bit before we sallied forth into the 3rd chapter of this adventure. But when we come back together next week, next Monday, make no mistake, we're starting chapter 3 of the Extinction Curse as we begin Life's Long Shadows. Yeah, I still can't log back in this. I'm not really sure what I do at this point. I don't know how to do anything with this. But Life's Long Shadows. So, question for the group of you. If you go to the book 3 up at the top, there should be like a little navigation bar.
Yes.
Should you see book 3? Can you jump yourselves over and just go look at the cover whenever you feel like it?
Yep. We've been able to all week.
Okay, cool. They were supposed to be able to. I was just making sure that worked how I thought it did. Again, I'm just getting a bit of testing in here. So we'll come back next week with a new chapter, a new adventure, heading out to even yet still greener pastures, the Swardlands, the northwest of the Isle of Kortos, the opposite side of the island from Absalom, the farming communities. For I will tell you guys a brief bit of a peek behind the curtain to ready yourselves for some cool stuff coming in. A much more open adventure. A much more open-ended, much more sandboxy book than what we've had so far. It's very different. Let me give you... you can't see on this one. Dang it. I got more playing with stuff to do. Can I easily just like right click on this and configure and go bip-bop and then save? There it is.
Hey.
You guys get a big old sandbox to play in. The scale of the adventure continues to go upwards, and we're no longer going to be focusing on a single town like Aberton or Escadar. We're taking our traveling circus to go traveling. Book 3 takes place over a much larger area with a variety of settlements and things to investigate that you can do largely at your own pace, at your own speed, in whatever order you see fit.
Stump.
Sandboxes are fun.
Nice. Very nice.
I like
Very
sandboxes. So, thank you, all of you in the chat, for hanging out with us as my internet dropped most of the frames in the first half of the stream. and we worked to learn a new system. I think it's going to be good. This Foundry seems like it's going to be fantastic once we get it all figured out. And once we get onto some like actual to more normal maps with some proper exploration, there are a lot of tools it has that make running the game on my side and on your guys' sides as players way more streamlined, way smoother, and just a lot better. So we'll see you next week. Same time, same place, 4 p.m. Eastern time, hopefully with 5 people. I will be back on Wednesday to continue my Deus Ex playthrough, doing blind stuff. It's pretty neat. I had no idea what to expect. It ended up being really cool. And then I'm pretty sure that Crash Bandicoot comes out on Friday.
Nice.
So that's going to be neat. I am going to continue to be the problem with the gaming industry and give money to shitty companies like Activision because they make games say Crash Bandicoot. And
I know your pain.
and I'm garbage. And I am weak. I don't possess the strength.
I'm
So-
weak too, don't worry.
Everybody, thanks for coming. Good night. I'm ready for book 3. It
Hell
should
yeah.
be a good time. We'll
Yeah.
see y'all then.